Chapter 28. The next day, Zhou Xuanji brought little Jiang Shui to the appointment. Xiao Jinghong was still meditating at the same place, and had not left. Zhou Xuanji began to teach him how to use dual sword wills. The prerequisite for dual sword wills was to multitask. Although Zhou Xuanji had only comprehended it, he had already grasped it, and could still explain a little. The first step was for Xiao Jinghong to execute 2 sword techniques with each of his hands. 2 sword techniques. I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. Will I suffer from qi deviation? Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown. And so Zhou Xuanji showed him again. After reading it, he immediately fell silent, and went to practice his sword without saying a word. Little Jiang Shui brought a big and small air to hunt and gather firewood. Zhou Xuanji lay on the grass with a blade of grass in his mouth. He crossed his legs and looked up at the sky, feeling quite satisfied. The blue sky and white clouds were boundless, making people feel carefree. And so, Zhou Xuanji had an additional task every day, which was to guide Xiao Jinghong. During the day, he would guide Xiao Jinghong, and at night, he would return to cultivate. Xiao Jinghong was very patient, and he continued to practice in this mountainous area. Time flew by, like a white horse galloping past a crack, never to return. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 3, and little Jiang Shui broke through to qi nurturing level 6. It was all thanks to the spirit stones that he was able to move so quickly. Xiao Jinghong was finally able to use 2 sword techniques at the same time, which made him pleasantly surprised. Not to mention the dual sword intense. Just the dual sword techniques alone had greatly increased his strength. The simultaneous execution of the 2 sword techniques was enough to catch the enemy off guard. At the same time, he tried to use sword will with one hand and another sword art with the other. Although his blood and qi were in a mess, and the sword qi was flowing in the opposite direction, he barely succeeded. Thank you for your guidance, master. Xiao Jinghong held his sword and bowed to Zhou Xuanji, who was lying on the slope. He looked excited. If not for Zhou Xuanji's experience, how could he have mastered such a godly technique in half a year? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said indifferently, with your ability, you will master dual sword wills sooner or later. With Zhou Xuanji's affirmation, Xiao Jinghong was even more delighted. Zhou Xuanji got up with a flip and waved at Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong immediately walked over and asked, Master, what's the matter? Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked, Why did you come to Gulan Forest? With Xiao Jinghong's ability, it was not difficult for him to traverse the Gulan Forest. Could it be that he was just passing by? Xiao Jinghong sat beside him and gazed at the sky with misty eyes. He said softly, I have a battle appointment. In order to become stronger, I'm going to challenge the great demon king in the depths of the Gulan Forest. What duel? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. As for the great demon king of the Gulan Forest, he had also heard of it. It was said that the demon was extremely powerful, and had over 1 million demon soldiers under his command. He had once almost destroyed the southern Snow Kingdom. Fortunately, the Great Zhou dynasty had sent reinforcements in time. I've fought with the Great Zhou dynasty's Meng Tianlang before, but we weren't able to determine a victor. So we agreed to fight on the border of the Great Zhou dynasty in 10 years. There are still 7 years until the 10-year agreement. Xiao Jinghong answered. When he mentioned Meng Tianlang, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Zhou Xuanji knew Meng Tianlang. He was the youngest general of cavalry in the Great Zhou Empire. He was skilled in the art of war, and was famous for defeating many with fewer troops. Emperor Yan of Zhou was very pleased and promoted him to the rank of general. Of course, this had something to do with the Meng clan. After all, the Meng clan was one of the top 5 super clans in the Great Zhou Empire. Oh yeah, I still don't know your name, revered teacher. Xiao Jinghong tilted his head and asked. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at the 7-year-old child beside him. Even the great Zhou prince, Zhou Yalong, was not as devilish as him. This child would surely shake the world in the future. Zhou Xuanji said frankly. Zhou Xuanji? Good name. Xiao Jinghong nodded and praised. He did not associate Zhou Xuanji with the great Zhou prince. The incident with Lady Zhao Xian was huge, but everyone called Zhou Xuanji the son of Zhao Xian. Only the people in the palace knew his name. Xiao Jinghong got up and said, "It's time for me to leave. Only by fighting can I quickly train myself and master the dual sword wills." Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "I wish you success." Xiao Jinghong smiled at him and said, "After I defeat Meng Tianlang, I will come back to see you." After that, he leaped up and soared 100 meters into the sky. He transformed into a beam of cold light and flew toward the horizon, as fast as lightning. This was the sword noble. He came and went without a trace. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "That might not be the case. Maybe we will meet again in Great Zhou." After Xiao Jinghong left, Zhou Xuanji lay down and waited for little Jiang Shui to come back. After a long while, dusk was approaching. Little Jiang Shui had not returned yet. Zhou Xuanji flipped up and frowned. He felt a little uneasy. In the past, little Jiang Shui would have already returned by this time. Screech! The dragon eagle's cry came from the horizon. A big flew over. It landed in front of Zhou Xuanji quickly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed because A Big's left wing was stained with blood. It was obviously injured. It chirped in bird language, and with his long experience with it, Zhou Xuanji could understand what it meant. Little Jiang Shui and small heir were captured. He first took out some ointment and applied it for A Big. He then leaped onto its back and said, "Bring me there." Whoosh! A Big flapped its wings and flew in the direction they came from. Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he was extremely anxious in his heart. If anything happened to little Jiang Shui, he would go crazy. The two of them had been together for 5 years. He had already treated her as his closest family, and he would not allow anyone to hurt her. Shady Mountain Stronghold. This stronghold was one of the mountain strongholds outside the borders of the Southern Snow Kingdom. They committed all sorts of atrocities. Shady Mountain Stronghold was located on a lone peak. At this moment, a group of people and horses were advancing on the mountain path. Among them were 3 prisoner carriages. The last prisoner carriage held small heir. It was covered in blood and was lying inside. Chains wrapped around its body, and it could not move at all. The other 2 carriages were filled with people. One was for men, and the other was for women. There were 15 people in total. Little Jiang Shui was among them. She leaned against the corner of the carriage and kept looking at the sky. "Oh no, we are targeted by the Shady Mountain Stronghold. We are dead for sure." A pretty lady in a green dress said in despair. Her eyes were purple, and it was obvious that she had been punched. Tears were streaming down her face. The other 3 women in the carriage were the same. They were in the prime of their youth and beauty. Once they entered the stronghold, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. The men in the other prisoner carriage were just as hopeless. They were all young cultivators from various sects and clans. The highest cultivation was only at foundation building level 1. They went to the border of Gulan Forest to train, but they did not expect to encounter the Shady Mountain Stronghold. The one in front was a muscular man in black armor. He rode a horse that was 3 meters tall, and he held a huge blade in his hand. The blade was still stained with blood. "Second Chief, although we did not find the 3-eyed drought rodent on this trip, we caught a dragon eagle. This trip was not in vain." A skinny man came over and grinned, revealing a row of disgusting yellow teeth. Chapter 29. The Shady Mountain Stronghold was situated halfway up the mountain. The 3 carriages were escorted to the peak. The peak was surrounded by dozens of buildings, and in the center was an empty field. There were many carriages at the edge, and inside were many messy and tattered captives. Every one of them had blood stains on them, and it was obvious that they had been beaten up. Little Jiang Shui looked at the pitiful captives and trembled in fear. Although she believed that Zhou Xuanji would come to save her, she could not help but be afraid at the sight. She also saw children who were the same age as her, and some were even younger than her. Their eyes were dull, and there was blood at the corner of their mouths. This made her even more afraid. Dragon Eagle? Good stuff. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble walked to the carriage that held Xiao Air. He rubbed his chin and looked satisfied. This person was tall and wore scale armor. His arms were dark, and his muscles were well defined. He gave off a barbaric aura. Second Bandit Chief walked up to him and chuckled. "Boss, Now you should be satisfied with me, right? Although I did not get the three-eyed drought rodent, I did not return empty-handed. The head bandit master nodded and said, Not bad. But did you ask about the origins of the people you captured? We can't capture all of them. The Shady Mountain stronghold looked majestic, but in Great Zhou, they were only slightly larger ants. The second chief grinned and said, Don't worry, none of them have troublesome backgrounds. He had asked before, but these captives did not have any powerful backgrounds. The head bandit master grunted in acknowledgement, then turned around and left. The second chief also went back to rest. After about an hour, third bandit chief returned. Big brother. Second brother. Look, I caught the three-eyed drought rodent. A coarse laugh was heard, and all the captives turned to look. They saw a bare-chested bald man walking quickly to the peak. Behind him were dozens of bandits. They were escorting 2 carriages with firewood and various herbs tied to them. The chief and second chief walked out of their buildings, and so did the other bandits. It really is the three-eyed drought rodent. With this rat, it will be much easier for us to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the future. Third chief, you really found it. Ha ha ha. Our Shady Mountain stronghold is going to rise. We can't let this news get out. Otherwise, the other strongholds will come to snatch it. The mountain bandits discussed excitedly. The dusk was like a group of demons roaring. Three-eyed drought rodent. The legendary three-eyed drought rodent that can identify all the treasures in the world. A girl beside little Jiang Shui mumbled softly. Little Jiang Shui turned to look at her. He discovered that this woman was wearing a yellow robe, and her face was covered in dust, making it impossible to see her face clearly. However, her figure was beautiful, and it made one's imagination run wild. Feeling little Jiang Shui's gaze, the lady in yellow turned around and sighed. It's a pity that you have to suffer such misfortune at such a young age. It's all fate. Little Jiang Shui curled her lips but did not say anything. The woman in yellow thought that she was afraid, so she didn't say anything else. The night gradually deepened. One of the bandits opened the wooden door of the prisoner's cart and pulled a pretty girl out. The woman screamed and struggled. The bandit was annoyed and slapped her across the face. The slap resounded through the mountain peak. The woman fainted from the slap, and the bandit dragged her into the second chief's loft. This scene made the female captives feel even more despair. Rather than being humiliated, they might as well just die. Little Jiang Shui hugged her knees and looked at the night sky far away. Her eyes were shining with hope. Time continued to pass. Late at night, little Jiang Shui could not resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. On the mountain peak, the patrolling bandits were all yawning. No one noticed that a small figure was climbing the mountain quietly. It was Zhou Xuanji. He did not descend from the sky, but climbed the mountain alone. Relying on the 8-step sword lunge, he avoided the bandits' sight. He stood behind a loft and looked ahead. It was dark at night, and it was difficult for ordinary people to see clearly. But he had the cultivation of foundation building level 3, and his vision was extraordinary. Under the qi obscuring incantation, he did not leak his qi. Soon he saw little Jiang Shui. He did not act immediately, but sensed the qi around him. There were about 10 foundation building cultivators, and 3 of them were much more powerful than him. But they should all be at foundation building. His eyes sparkled, and he made a decision in his heart. He moved toward little Jiang Shui. Relying on the 8-step sword lunge and his petite figure, no one noticed his presence along the way. He bypassed the prisoner's cart and came behind little Jiang Shui. The girl was sleeping soundly, and she did not notice that someone was behind her. Xuanji, I'm afraid. Little Jiang Shui suddenly talked in her sleep, which made Zhou Xuanji's heart ache. He did not wake little Jiang Shui up immediately, but he was thinking about how to save her without anyone noticing. He turned around and saw that small air was tied up in another prisoner's cart, but it was still awake. It stared at Zhou Xuanji with its bright eyes, as though it was a wrong child looking at its father. Zhou Xuanji gestured to it to not make any noise. Vermin of the Shady Mountain stronghold, tonight, I will do justice on behalf of the heavens and destroy you all. At this moment, a righteous and awe-inspiring cry resounded in the night sky and woke everyone up. A sword gleamed brightly on the mountain peak, and a man in white came riding on his sword. His black hair danced in the wind, and he looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Little Jiang Shui was also startled awake. She did not notice Zhou Xuanji, who was behind her, but she looked at the man in white. Zhou Xuanji squatted down to avoid being discovered by the bandits. The head chief, second chief, and third chief walked out one after another with weapons in their hands. I was wondering who it was. So it's Autumn Sword Zhang Ruyu. If your father, Zhang Tianjian, came, he might really be able to destroy my Shady Mountain stronghold. But you're still too young, the head chief said with disdain. He flipped his right hand and smashed the giant hammer into the ground, creating a small crater. I'll kill you. The second chief leaped up with his great blade and slashed at Zhang Ruyu, who was in the air. Zhang Ruyu was expressionless. He used his finger like a sword, and 2 streams of sword qi shot out from his index finger and middle finger. They hit the second chief's great blade and knocked him down. Next, Zhang Ruyu swooped down, and the sword under his feet landed in his hand. A great battle had officially begun. Zhou Xuanji, who was hiding behind the prisoner's cart, rejoiced in his heart. This autumn sword Zhang Ruyu really came at the right time. He nudged little Jiang Shui's back lightly, and she turned around in shock. The next second, she was pleasantly surprised. She looked at Zhou Xuanji's sneaky behavior, and she almost burst into tears. Shoo! Zhou Xuanji reminded her not to make a sound, but the lady in yellow beside him noticed his arrival. The lady in yellow had a strange look on her face. How did this little brat get up here? Zhou Xuanji noticed her gaze and grinned at her. He then looked at little Jiang Shui and said softly, "When they are in chaos, I will save you." His eyes were flashing with murderous intent. Although he was not a righteous person, he had his own principles. Chapter 30. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night was hazy. In the Shady Mountain stronghold, Zhang Ruyu and the 3 stronghold masters were engaged in a fierce battle. The surrounding bandits were incomparably nervous, and did not dare to get close to him. No one noticed that Zhou Xuanji was moving. He first went to the prison cart where Xiao Er was, and used the Crimson Dragon sword to cut the rough wood like he was cutting tofu. Very quickly, he untied Xiao Er and Xiao Er escaped. The man and the eagle sneaked up behind little Jiang Shui. The captives in the carriage also noticed Zhou Xuanji's appearance. They were very excited, and did not dare to make a sound. At the juncture of life and death, no fool would make a fuss. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword lightly, and slashed out an opening. He then carried little Jiang Shui out, and the others ran out one after another. Later you guys should hide first. If you want to escape down the mountain, don't act recklessly, Zhou Xuanji instructed, and the group had no objections. He then took out the golden rock sword, and handed it to little Jiang Shui. Take this for self-defense. Little Jiang Shui was stunned and asked, "What do you want to do?" With Zhou Xuanji around, why would she need to defend herself? She suddenly thought of something, and became nervous. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "These beasts must be eliminated." Seeing the determination in his eyes, little Jiang Shui did not try to persuade him. At the same time, the battle between Zhang Ruyu and the 3 bandit chiefs had reached its climax. The second bandit chiefs and third bandit chiefs were injured. As the son of Zhang Tianjian, Zhang Ruyu's strength was naturally extraordinary. Relying on the sword in his hand, he was able to defeat all his enemies. But Zhou Xuanji could tell that it would be very difficult for Zhang Ruyu to defeat the 3 chiefs. With a thought, the Crimson Dragon sword and Frost Wave sword appeared out of thin air. Xiao! Xiao! The 2 divine swords flew in opposite directions. Under the dark night, cold light flashed. The mountain bandits' throats were slit, and they died instantly. In less than 3 breaths of time, more than 100 bandits on the mountain peak had lost their lives. Seeing this, the captives behind Zhou Xuanji were dumbfounded. "Who is it?" The head bandit master, who was in the middle of fighting, shouted angrily. When he saw more than 100 of his men die, he was so furious that he almost fainted. These were the mainstays of Shady Mountain stronghold. The bandit chief's heart was bleeding. The Crimson Dragon sword and Frost Wave sword flew down the mountain, killing the other bandits. After reaching the foundation building stage, Zhou Xuanji's senses were greatly enhanced. He could sense the qi of other bandits. Along the way up the mountain, he had already figured out the situation in the shady mountain stronghold. Miserable screams resounded from the foot of the mountain, making the shady mountain stronghold look like hell. The three fort masters were alarmed. Could it be that there was more than one enemy? The second chief flew into a rage and roared at Zhang Ruyu. Bastard! How dare you cheat? He actually mobilized the army. Zhang Tianjian was a general of the Southern Snow Kingdom and had hundreds of thousands of soldiers under him. It would not be difficult for him to destroy the shady mountain stronghold. Zhang Ruyu was dumbfounded. Were they really sent by my father? Zhou Xuanji stealthily made an opening in the other prisoner carriages, and more captives escaped out. The more people there were, the louder the noise. Even though they were in the midst of battle, the three fort masters could sense that something was off. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's actions, the third chief's eyes turned red in an instant. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his two curved blades. In the dark night, he was like a ghost, extremely fast. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid. With the wind cutter sword in his hand, he stomped on the ground with his right foot and activated the 8-step sword lunge. PFFTT. The third chief's body stopped in an instant. Blood spurted out from his throat like an arrow. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind the third chief. How? How can it be? The third chief opened his eyes wide and said with a trembling voice. Before he could finish his sentence, all his bones and tendons were broken. Countless arrows of blood spurted out from all over his body. Trisource vein severing sword. Severing a meridian with one slash. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation might not be as high as the third chief, but with the 8-step sword lunge and trisource vein severing sword he killed the third chief in an instant. The captives were dumbfounded. This kid is so powerful. Little Jiang Shui jumped up from the ground and clapped her hands. She was extremely excited. Her Xuanji is so powerful. The third chief, who looked fierce and invincible, was no match for him at all. Zhang Ruyu, the head chief, and the second chief also noticed the third chief's tragic death. The three of them stopped fighting and distanced themselves from each other. Who are you? The head chief asked with gritted teeth. Even he could not kill the third chief in an instant, so he was both shocked and furious. Could he be an enlightening cultivator? He might even be an inner pellet cultivator. Zhou Xuanji walked toward them with his sword in hand, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If they were to fight face to face, he might not be able to defeat the three chiefs. But he killed the third chief in an instant, and it had already frightened the other two chiefs out of their wits. At this moment, the two chiefs had already begun to demonize Zhou Xuanji's power. I am Sword God Zhou, and I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, Zhou Xuanji said coldly. His childish voice resounded across the mountain top. He charged toward the second chief with the 8-step sword lunge. The head chief wanted to help, but Zhang Ruyu stopped him. Facing the menacing Zhou Xuanji, the second chief was drenched in sweat out of fear. He immediately swung his broadsword and slashed at the ground. Boom! The ground cracked, and the blade qi spread forward like a spider web. It was powerful. Just when Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground, he felt countless needle-like blade qi coming at him. It was enough to crush him into pieces. He was so frightened that he immediately used the 8-step sword lunge again, and came to the second chief's side. The night was dark, and the second chief's eyesight was poor, but he could still feel the danger beside him. He roared furiously, and slashed with his broadsword. But Zhou Xuanji's wind-cutter sword was faster. The sword flashed and blood splattered. The second chief's vital channels were severed in an instant, and his life force dissipated immediately. Plop! He knelt on the ground, and he could not be more dead. This scene made the head chief completely terrified. He said with a trembling voice, Sword God Zhou, we have no enmity with you. Zhang Ruyu was also shocked in his heart. Who was this Sword God Zhou? He was so powerful. But why had he not heard of him before? The most important thing was, this guy seemed to be a child. Zhou Xuanji walked toward the head chief and snorted. I, Sword God Zhou, have been killing evil people all my life. You have done evil, so there is enmity between us. After he finished speaking, he charged toward the head chief. He did not feel any pressure killing such an evil person. The head chief was so frightened that he turned around and fled immediately. He quickly came to the edge of the cliff and stomped on the ground. An iron fan appeared under his feet, and he flew away with the wind. This guy escaped so quickly that Zhou Xuanji did not even have time to react. Zhou Xuanji sighed and turned around. Everyone, you can escape now. The 3 chiefs and the elites of Shady Mountain Stronghold were all dead. How could the rest of them withstand the rage of the captives? The captives, who were in a daze, woke up one after another. We are saved. Sword God Zhou is so powerful. He really is the sword god. The 3 evil people could not even withstand a single blow from him. Run. Why run? The Shady Mountain Stronghold will cease to exist from now on. The captives cheered, and some even cried tears of joy. Zhou Xuanji quickly took away the storage bags and rings of the 2nd and 3rd chiefs. Little Jiang Shui and Small Air followed closely behind. Chapter 31. Seeing Zhou Xuanji overturning the buildings, the captives did not stop him, nor did they participate. Zhou Xuanji saved them, so they naturally would not compete with him for the Shady Mountain Stronghold's wealth. Those who could venture into the Gulan forest were definitely not poor people. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was busy, the captives began conversing and asked each other about Sword God Zhou's background. Zhang Ryu did not stay idle. He went down the mountain to eradicate the other bandits. None of the bandits were good people. They might have come up the mountain for various reasons, but no matter what the reason was, it couldn't change their sins. The other side. Zhou Xuanji found a small cage in the bandit chief's house. Inside it was a small rat with yellowish-brown fur. It had big eyes and 2 long golden stripes on its back. Little Jiang Shui's eyes lit up when she saw it. She cried out and pounced on it. Could this be the 3-eyed drought rodent they were talking about? It can identify all the treasures in the world. Little Jiang Shui said to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up when he heard this. They had heard Qiu Bailey talk about the strange beasts in the world, and one of them was the 3-eyed drought rodent. Zhou Xuanji immediately swung his sword and released the 3-eyed drought rodent. The 3-eyed drought rodent was so scared that it curled into a ball and shivered. Little Jiang Shui wanted to catch it, but Zhou Xuanji beat her to it. Zhou Xuanji kept it in his bosom and said, "What if this little thing is dangerous?" Little Jiang Shui heard him and quickly retracted her hand. She let Zhou Xuanji tame her first. Then they continued to plunder. It had to be said that the Shady Mountain Stronghold was really rich. Zhou Xuanji received more than 200,000 spirit stones, and the highest was level 3. Other than that, there were also many treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. Zhou Xuanji stored them all in the supreme storage. When he arrived at the empty space, the captives had yet to leave. They all looked at Zhou Xuanji with wide eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. "What? You want to fight with me?" Thump. A man suddenly knelt down and cried out in tears. "Thank you, Sword God Zhou." After saying that, he began to kowtow. The other captives knelt down as well, and continuously thanked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, so they treated him as a senior and did not feel ashamed. Seeing how excited they were, Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He suddenly had an idea. That was to eradicate all the bandits in the Gulan forest. Not only would they be able to loot their wealth, but they would also be able to get rid of evil for the people. It could also be used as a whetstone. Zhou Xuanji immediately shouted, "Everyone please rise. I, Sword God Zhou, swear today that I will wipe out all the bandits and tyrants at the border of the southern Snow Kingdom." With that, he left with little Jiang Shui and the waiter. The captives stood up one after another, pleasantly surprised. If what Zhou Xuanji said was true, it would be much less dangerous for them to train in the future. The girl in yellow, who was with little Jiang Shui earlier, gritted her teeth and followed Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji. Walking down the mountain path, Zhang Ryu was slaughtering the mountain bandits. The bandits were fleeing in panic. Some of them even jumped off the cliff and fell to their deaths. As they walked, Zhou Xuanji said, "Sister, don't run too far in the future. From tomorrow onwards, you must cultivate more. I will be your sparring partner." "Sure." Little Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand and said with a smile, If she became more powerful, she would be able to protect herself and share some of Zhou Xuanji's burden. Of course, she was willing. The three-eyed drought rodent in Zhou Xuanji's arms popped its head out. It looked around timidly, but did not run away. The three-eyed drought rodent was a mystical beast with a spirit. It could sense that Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui had no ill intentions, so it did not run away. The captives followed behind them and did not dare to get close. After Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui left the mountain, a big flew over from afar. It went up to little air and rubbed its head against its sister. Zhou Xuanji checked on little air's injuries and found that it could already fly. Just when they were about to leave, Zhang Ruyu walked over. He cupped his fist with his sword and said, "Senior Sword God Zhou, thank you for your help." He was not deceived by Zhou Xuanji's appearance, but he was bewitched by his sword will. He thought that Zhou Xuanji was a powerful cultivator who had surpassed the foundation building stage, so he addressed him as a senior. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "I should be the one thanking you. You flatter me, you flatter me." Zhang Ruyu was overwhelmed by the favor. Zhou Xuanji's prowess made him feel like he was facing his own father. When he faced the second chief and third chief, he killed them with one slash. Such power. It was simply, even though it was late at night, that slash amazed him. He even felt that Zhou Xuanji's sword was even more charming than Zhang Tianjian's. It was the sword that he yearned for. Fast and yet shocking. Just when he was about to say more, Zhou Xuanji leaped onto Ah Big's back and pulled little Jiang Shui up. The lady in yellow, who had been following closely behind, suddenly walked up to Ah Big and knelt down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sword God Zhou, please take me in. I am willing to be your servant." Zhou Xuanji had already noticed her following him, but he did not expect her to want to be his servant. This lady's cultivation was at Qi Nurturing level 8, which was not too high, but not too weak either. But why did he bring her along? He shook his head and said, "I don't need a servant." The lady in yellow became anxious and said, "I can do anything you want me to." Zhang Ruyu's expression became teasing. Although this lady's face was dirty, she had a good figure. Which normal man could reject her? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He squeezed his legs, and Ah Big spread its wings and flew away. Little Air followed closely behind. The lady in yellow was a little stunned. She immediately got up and chased after Ah Big and Small Air. Zhang Ryu looked at Zhou Xuanji's back and sighed in amazement. A dragon eagle under him. Sword God Zhou. The captives sighed in amazement too. Without Sword God Zhou, they could not imagine what would have happened to them. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui returned to the valley. Little Jiang Shui first checked little Air's injuries, while Zhou Xuanji took out the three-eyed drought rodent. "How about you follow me from now on?" Zhou Xuanji tapped the three-eyed drought rodent's little nose with his index finger and asked. The three-eyed drought rodent nodded blankly and took the initiative to rub his hand to show intimacy. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and did not bother about it anymore. He poured out all of his gains for the day and began to count them. Other than spirit stones and elixirs, there were many enchanted artifacts, energy techniques, spells, and so on. He called little Jiang Shui over and asked her to pick. For the next period of time, they did not have to leave the valley. Usually, Ah Big and Small Air would go out to hunt. Just as they were concentrating on their cultivation, the legend of Sword God Zhou began to spread to the southern Snow Kingdom. Every month, Zhou Xuanji would go out and destroy a stronghold. He purposely chose the weaker strongholds, where the most powerful one was no more than foundation building. He destroyed them easily and looted their treasures. Half a year passed. He destroyed 4 strongholds and rescued thousands of captives and slaves. The name of Sword God Zhou was gradually deified, because the stronghold lords were all killed by him with one slash. Those captives and slaves who witnessed it with their own eyes began to praise him after they returned to the southern Snow Kingdom. Chapter 32. Ding! Congratulations! The sword owner has obtained silver, Heaven Melody Sword, profound green lotus seed. When Zhou Xuanji was 8 years old, he received another legendary sword. And it was a silver divine sword. 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Sword name. Heaven Sound Sword level silver. Description: forged from the heavenly sound stone. When the blade vibrates, it will produce heavenly sound that confuses the opponent's mind. With a thought, the heaven's sound sword appeared in his hand. The sword was silver in color and extremely dazzling. 2 silver snakes coiled around the hilt with their mouths facing downwards. He waved the sword, and a buzzing sound rang out. It was very magical. After that, he brought up his attribute list. Sword owner, Zhou Xuanji race. Great Zhou royal bloodline age. 8 cultivation. 4th stage foundation building realm cultivation method. Golden body incantation sword art. White crane sword art. Blazing flame sword art. 8-step sword steps. Trisource vein severing sword supernatural power. None talent. Doing 2 things at once swords. Silver crimson dragon sword. Bronze frost wave sword. Silver bloodbath sword. Bronze tiger roar sword. Bronze wind cutter sword. Iron swine culling sword. Silver golden rock sword. Silver heaven sound sword. In half a year, his cultivation level had broken through to foundation building stage 4. While little Jiang Shui had reached Qi nurturing stage 8. With the help of spirit stones, their cultivation speed was naturally fast. After reaching 8 years of age, there was an additional age in the attribute list. It seemed that as he grew stronger, his attribute list would also become richer. What a pity! When will a gold or amethyst divine sword appear? Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and thought regretfully. Silver divine swords all had their own characteristics. They were very powerful and were enough for him to use. But the human heart is always greedy. Sword spirit, what is the profound green lotus seed? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. 1 legendary sword per year was the minimum. If there were no other surprises, then this birthday would be a little boring. It's a treasure that can refine the body and purify the mind. It's best to eat it raw. The sword spirit replied, and the ebony heart green lotus appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hand. It was a green plant without leaves, and it had 6 green seeds the size of a thumb. Zhou Xuanji immediately shouted, "Sister, come here." He sat by the lake while little Jiang Shui was busy fixing the swing. Last night, small air broke the swing. Little Jiang Shui loved to play on the swing, and at night, she could hug Zhou Xuanji and play with him like a toy. Naturally, her heart ached when the swing was broken. Zhou Xuanji did not like being tortured by her, so he did not help. "What?" little Jiang Shui shouted. Then, she angrily walked behind Zhou Xuanji with her hands on her waist, and her cheeks puffed up into 2 small balls. She looked very unhappy. Zhou Xuanji ignored her expression and said, "Here, these are ebony heart green lotus seeds. They're good for your body, 3 for each of us." Little Jiang Shui squatted down and asked curiously, "Where did you get it from?" Zhou Xuanji directly tore off one and put it into his mouth chewing. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. "Holy shit! Is there sh*t in it? So disgusting." Zhou Xuanji almost vomited. Seeing his expression, she turned and left. "Wait!" Zhou Xuanji quickly got up and caught up with her with the 8-step sword lunge. He hugged little Jiang Shui and quickly fed her an ebony heart green lotus seed. Little Jiang Shui chewed it instinctively, and her expression was the same as his. She wanted to spit it out, but Zhou Xuanji covered her mouth. "This is a saint herb. Don't waste it. Look at me," Zhou Xuanji said quickly. After that, he swallowed the ebony heart green lotus seed. He pulled back his hand and tore off another 2 ebony heart green lotus seeds, chewing them in his mouth. Little Jiang Shui was skeptical. Just when she was about to ask, she suddenly felt the ebony heart green lotus seeds turning into a stream of coolness that seeped into her meridians. Zhou Xuanji felt it too. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed and began to channel his energy. Seeing this, little Jiang Shui sat down as well. The seemingly small fruit contained such a massive amount of energy. Zhou Xuanji was excited. He felt that he could master the 2nd level of golden body incantation, metal body. Spiritual qi gathered and flowed into Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui's bodies. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 5 and mastered metal body at the same time. His skin had a faint metallic luster. Little Jiang Shui also ate 3 ebony heart green lotus seeds. and her cultivation reached Qi nurturing level 10 straight away. After the breakthrough, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was covered in mud, so he got up and prepared to take a bath in the pool. Little Jiang Shui got up and ran toward him. She hooked her arms around his neck and giggled. "Xuanji, you are so nice." Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, "You are so sticky and ugly. Stay away from me." "I won't. I want to rub against you." "Oh my God, you are a girl, you can't do this." "Little brother, are you scared? Come, I will rub against you more. Get lost." The two of them entered the pool fooling around. Zhou Xuanji was having a headache. Is this girl going through puberty? She is getting more and more mischievous. Teasing him. Southern Snow Kingdom, Royal City Zhang residence. In the courtyard, Zhang Ruyu was practicing his sword techniques. His father, Zhang Tianjian, sat in the stone pavilion, drinking wine while watching his son practice. He nodded and shook his head occasionally. At this moment, a soldier in metal armor ran in. He entered the stone pavilion and knelt down on one knee. "General, I have more information about Sword God Zhou." Zhang Tianjian put down his wine cup and said, "Speak." Zhang Ruyu, who was practicing his sword techniques, stopped and listened carefully. 3 days ago, Cheng Fenglong, who was at Foundation Building Level 10, was beheaded by Sword God Zhou on Crimson Brow Peak. More than half of the 1,200 bandits on the mountain died. The soldier said with a deep voice. He sounded a little surprised. Although Cheng Fenglong was at Foundation Building Level 10, he was famous for killing a powerful cultivator at the enlightening stage. Zhang Tianjian squinted his eyes and asked, "How many moves did Sword God Zhou use?" According to the rescued person, Sword God Zhou used 2 moves. One instant kill, the other beheading. The soldier replied, and Zhang Tianjian's expression changed slightly. Zhang Tianjian asked, "As usual, Sword God Zhou looted all the treasures on Crimson Brow Peak?" The soldier nodded. "Yes. Not a single spirit stone was left." Zhang Tianjian laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Benevolent and righteous Sword God Zhou, you don't live up to your name. Benevolent and righteous Sword God Zhou." This was how the rescued person described Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xuanji killed the enemy, he saved the people first before looting the treasures, so that the rescued person could feel his kindness. "Father, Sword God Zhou is really benevolent and righteous." Zhang Ruyu said unhappily. Sword God Zhou was his idol. How could he tolerate Zhang Tianjian's doubt? Zhang Tianjian stared at him and said, "Don't be fooled by his appearance. A true grandmaster of the sword's way will not be so shameless." Zhang Ruyu was furious and said, "Father, Sword God Zhou's sword is really worthy of the title Sword God. If you encounter him, you might not win." With this, Zhang Tianjian's face turned cold immediately. He was the top sword cultivator in the Southern Snow Kingdom. Chapter 33. Bomb. Zhang Tianjian slammed the table and snorted coldly. "If he encounters me, I will make sure that he will not dare to draw his sword again in 3 moves." Zhang Ruyu laughed with disdain. He realized that his father was becoming more and more arrogant. Did he forget the humiliation he suffered in front of the sword monarch? He did not dare to mention it, but it was a humiliation to him too. When he participated in the imperial examinations in the Great Zhou Empire, he was often mocked by the young cultivators in the empire. So he always held a grudge against his father. But in the Southern Snow Kingdom, Zhang Tianjian was indeed the top sword cultivator. He had always set Zhang Tianjian as his goal. But ever since he met Sword God Zhou, every time he heard about Sword God Zhou's raid, his blood would boil. Gradually, Sword God Zhou's position in his heart surpassed Zhang Tianjian's. In his eyes, Sword God Zhou was the same as him. They both had a burning kindness in their hearts. On the other hand, Zhang Tianjian did not go to raid the bandits himself, but mocked Sword God Zhou instead. In comparison, his character was bad. "Then why don't you go?" Zhang Ruyu rolled his eyes. Sword God Zhou went around raiding bandits, so it was easy to encounter him. As long as Zhang Tianjian wanted to, he would surely encounter him. According to his estimation, Sword God Zhou and his father should be evenly matched, so he was not worried that one of them would die. "Humph, the demons are getting restless. How can I leave?" Zhang Tianjian snorted. His tone was a little serious. Zhang Ryu rolled his eyes and walked behind the soldier. Is Sword God Zhou in Great Zhou's reputation ranking? He asked. Great Zhou's reputation ranking was a ranking of influential people. It was not about power but fame. The soldier shook his head and said, Not yet. Zhang Ryu heard him and felt a little regretful. When Zhang Tianjian saw his son's expression, he was infuriated. He was thinking about when to settle the score with Sword God Zhou, to show his son that his father was more powerful. On a small path in the valley, Zhou Xuanji walked in with a big. He was covered in blood and had a murderous aura. He went to raid another stronghold just now. The blood on him was the blood of his enemies. Another half a year had passed since his 8th birthday. After raiding so many strongholds, he suddenly wanted to challenge an enlightening cultivator. Although he was only at foundation building level 5, his actual battle power was already enough to defeat all other foundation building cultivators. Now his combat experience was very rich, and he was no longer the 2-year-old child from back then. He activated the mechanism, and the miasma enveloped the small path. Zhou Xuanji prepared to take a bath. He looked over and saw little Jiang Shui training, while small air chased after the 3-eyed drought rodent. He smiled and walked into the pool. This pool was connected to an underground river. The water in the pool was constantly flowing and could always be kept clean. However, the water they drank was not from this pool, but from the spring that flowed down from the side of the mountain. After washing up, he changed into a new set of clothes and threw the dirty clothes aside. Then he walked straight to little Jiang Shui. He approached little Jiang Shui and asked, How is it? Have you broken through? Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes and revealed a distressed expression. She said, No, I can't find a way to break through. At the age of 12, she would grow taller and more beautiful every month. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked very cute when she tilted her head. Zhou Xuanji put his hands on his waist and said proudly, Take it slow. You are not a genius like me after all. Little Jiang Shui heard him, and immediately pounced at Zhou Xuanji with her claws and fangs bared. In a moment of carelessness, Zhou Xuanji was pushed to the ground by her. She sat on his waist and pressed him down. You want to show off again? She said proudly. With Zhou Xuanji's strength he could easily flip her over, but he never did that. He let little Jiang Shui do whatever she wanted to him. With a bitter face he said, What kind of big sister are you? You loved me so much when we were young, and now you only know how to abuse me. Little Jiang Shui slapped his butt, as though she was riding a horse. Who asked you to insult me? The two began to play around. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, little Jiang Shui stood up in satisfaction and walked towards the side of the pond. She washed all of Zhou Xuanji's clothes. As long as there was fabric, she would knit clothes for him. She was even more meticulous than her own clothes. Zhou Xuanji was a little depressed. He tidied his messy hair and ran over to bully small air. This was the daily life of the two. Although it repeated day after day, they did not feel bored. Time passed. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 6, and little Jiang Shui also successfully broke through to foundation building level 1. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 9 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations. The sword owner obtained Gold Hell King Sword, ranged sword propelling flaming fan. The sword spirit's voice came one after another, which made Zhou Xuanji, who was swaying on the swing, jump up immediately. Damn! A gold-grade legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji was so excited that his body trembled. He finally got a gold-grade legendary sword. Next, information about the Hell King sword appeared in front of his eyes. Sword name: Hell King Sword Grade, Gold Description. Hell King Sword contains the power of the abyss. It can summon the soul of the Hell King to possess it. Hell King? It sounded very awesome. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Hell King sword. The sword was 1.5 meters long. The hilt was silver-black in color, and there were many tiny patterns that looked like scales. The blade was 3 fingers wide, and the lower end was longer and wider. Overall, it looked majestic and gave off an indescribable sense of dominance. It was indeed a gold-grade legendary sword. It was different from other legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He held the Hell King sword, which was longer than him, and began swinging it around. Because the blade was too long, he was not used to it. As he swung the Hell King sword, his aura was more powerful than before. Even little Jiang Shui, who was knitting, was shocked. Another new sword? Little Jiang Shui mumbled to herself before lowering her head again. She was not interested in swords. Because she had no talent in the way of the sword, she did not like swords. After practicing the white crane sword technique, Zhou Xuanji stopped. He wanted to see the ranged sword propelling and the flaming fan first, and then try out the effects of Hell King possession. The ranged sword propelling was a sword technique that could kill enemies from 100 miles away. The flaming fan was an enchanted artifact. Its cross-section looked like a gourd, and its entire body was crimson red. The sword spirit did not allow him to use other enchanted artifacts other than swords, in case he became dependent on them. Zhou Xuanji did not want to use the flaming fan, so he gave it to little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui injected her spirit energy into it, and fanned at the empty space in front of her. With a loud sound, a wave of flames was fanned out, enough to engulf a big or small air. It was very destructive. This is great. With this flaming fan, I can help you in the future. Little Jiang Shui said in surprise. She hugged the flaming fan, and could not bear to let it go. Zhou Xuanji was also very pleased. This girl seemed to have the potential to become a wizard. Shortly after, he began practicing the ranged sword propelling. The ranged sword propelling only had one move, which was the throwing of the sword. However, the hand gestures and the method of injecting spirit energy into it had its own way of doing things. To Zhou Xuanji, it was just a piece of cake. Chapter 34. After throwing the Hell King sword 500 times, Zhou Xuanji mastered the ranged sword propelling. Controlling the sword with his heart, his consciousness transformed into the Hell King sword. With one slash, he penetrated the mountain and the forest outside. It was extremely powerful. Little Jiang Shui walked to the hole in the mountain wall. Through the small hole, she could see the forest on the other side of the mountain. She could not help but swallow her saliva. With such power, how terrifying would it be if he threw the sword at someone? She turned around and looked at him, as though she was looking at a little monster. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand with his palm facing the sky and smiled proudly. Am I handsome? Piak! The Hell King sword pierced through the leaves above, and landed in his hand. His body was straight and handsome. Zhou Xuanji even raised his brow, and waited for little Jiang Shui to praise him. Little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, Little one, you only know how to be cocky. Little one. Zhou Xuanji felt as though he was struck by lightning. He wanted to retort instinctively, but when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. He was only 9 years old. He was indeed a little one. He could not help but feel defeated. When could he grow up? Seeing his bitter face, little Jiang Shui walked up to him, and comforted him by patting his head. It's okay. It's good to be like this. You're so cute. What if you become disabled when you grow up? This was what Zhou Xuanji often teased little Jiang Shui. He said that she was cute when she was young, but would become disabled when she grew up. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and sighed. I really want to grow up faster. Little Jiang Shui asked curiously, Why? What do you want to do when you grow up? Zhou Xuanji replied, I want to marry a dozen wives and concubines first. He was only joking. He did not have much interest in women. Little Jiang Shui heard him, and pinched his cheeks. She snorted. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. She was not the only one who interacted with Zhou Xuanji, so she naturally knew what wives and concubines meant. But she did not think too much about it, because she still did not understand what marriage meant. The couples in Green River Village said that marriage meant a lifetime of companionship, never leaving each other. A pair of people for life. Zhou Xuanji spent a week to completely adapt to the Hell King sword. When he summoned the Hell King's possession of the Hell King sword, his entire body would be entwined with a strange black aura. A layer of illusory shadow would be attached to the surface of his body. It was the Hell King. After being possessed by the Nether King, his spiritual power strength, and speed had all greatly increased, including his senses. At that time, little Jiang Shui was scared out of her wits. She thought that he was possessed. This day, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui rode on a big and small air and left the valley. They were ready to enter the southern snow kingdom for a stroll. Now Zhou Xuanji was overflowing with wealth, so he naturally could not live like a savage anymore. As long as he didn't expose his identity, he shouldn't be discovered by the lackeys of the Empress of Great Zhou. After flying for half a day, when they were near the southern snow kingdom city gates, Zhou Xuanji asked a big and small air to stop. They could not bring 2 dragon eagles into the city. It would be too ostentatious. Return to the valley directly, lest you get captured. Got it? Zhou Xuanji instructed the 2 dragon eagles. The 2 little guys from back then were already very majestic, and were as tall as a 2-story building. Ada and little air nodded, then turned around and flapped their wings to leave. Little Jiang Shui held his little hand and asked, Xuanji, when are we going back to Green River Village to take a look? Green River Village was located outside the borders of the southern snow kingdom. It was a wilderness. If they wanted to go back, the fastest way was to cross the southern snow kingdom. If not, it would take too much time to walk around the border. Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and said, Do you miss your grandma? To be honest, he did not want to go back. He was afraid that little Jiang Shui would be abducted by her grandma. But that would be too selfish. If little Jiang Shui wanted to go back, he would surely accompany her. Little Jiang Shui looked into his eyes, and seemed to be able to guess his thoughts. She curled her lip and said, A little. I just want to know how she is doing now. Forget it, it's too far away. Without Qiu Bailey to lead the way, it would be difficult for them to find Green River Village without half a year. When I break through to the enlightening stage, we will go back. How about that? Zhou Xuanji muttered. When he reached the enlightening stage, it was time for him to take action. He wanted to find out about Lady Zhao Xian's whereabouts first. If she was alive, he wanted to see her. If she was dead, he wanted to see her corpse. She was his biological mother in this life. He should at least erect a monument for her. After that, he planned to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. He wanted to appear before Emperor Yan of Zhou with another identity. He wanted to use his talent to attract Emperor Yan of Zhou. As long as his potential was higher than Zhou Yalong's, he would have the opportunity to enter the Great Zhou Royal Palace and find an opportunity to kill the Empress. At that time, even if Emperor Yan of Zhou was furious, he would have to consider if it was worth it to kill him. To be fair, Emperor Yan of Zhou liked him a lot. Every time Emperor Yan of Zhou, who was usually cold and stern, visited him and Lady Zhao Xian, he was always full of smiles. He remembered that Emperor Yan of Zhou once told Lady Zhao Xian that if Zhou Xuanji's talent was outstanding, it was not impossible for him to become the crown prince. Perhaps it was because of this sentence that Lady Zhao Xian's clan was exterminated. Both of them had their own thoughts, and began walking toward the border custom. Along the way, little Jiang Shui peeked at him secretly. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about his revenge plan, and did not notice the look in her eyes. No matter what, I have to accompany Zhou Xuanji. Without me, no one will knit clothes for him. Little Jiang Shui's eyes became gentle. If not for Zhou Xuanji, she might have fallen into a tragic fate because of her grandmother's debt. She thought about the time they spent together all these years, and how Zhou Xuanji fought for her, while bathed in blood. She felt that she could not let him down. Zhou Xuanji was more important than her grandmother. After walking for an hour, they finally arrived at the border custom. To enter, they had to pay 2 level 1 spirit stones and register their identity. Such a threshold was to prevent refugees from other countries from flooding in. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui did not look like bad people. Moreover, they looked like a golden couple, which made people think that they were disciples of some clan. The guards at the custom accepted the spirit stones and let them pass. After entering the custom, the 2 of them looked ahead and saw the silhouette of a city 10,000 meters away. There were soldiers training nearby. All of them were bare-chested and looked imposing. There were many people on the road. Some entered the custom, and some came out. After walking for 500 meters, a young man who was about to exit saw Zhou Xuanji and was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked pleasantly surprised. He immediately walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "Sword God Zhou, why are you here?" In the past year and a half, Zhou Xuanji had destroyed 38 strongholds and saved nearly 2,000 people. This young man was one of them, but Zhou Xuanji did not remember him. The young man saw that Zhou Xuanji was frowning and thought that he was being rude. He quickly said softly, "Sir, are you entering the Southern Snow Kingdom to accept a challenge?" Zhou Xuanji looked young, but he did not really think that Zhou Xuanji was a kid. This senior must have mastered the art of rejuvenating one's youth. He had seen Zhou Xuanji's sword technique before, and the elegance of that stroke was still etched in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned and asked, "Accept what challenge?" Chapter 35. Northern Sword Valiant. Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Who is this? Little Jiang Shui, on the other hand, frowned. She naturally did not like Northern Valiant Sword's arrogance. The young man hurriedly introduced. This person does not belong to the Southern Snow Kingdom. He broke through to the Enlightening Realm 4 years ago. His swordsmanship is domineering, and he is very strong. He is also very arrogant. He was once on the Great Zhou ranking list, although it was only for a short period of time. Breaking through to the Enlightening Realm 4 years ago, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He wanted to challenge an enlightening cultivator. He asked, "Is Northern Valiant Sword still waiting in Cloud Swallow City?" The young man nodded and said, "He said he will wait for another month. If you don't accept the challenge, then the title of Sword God Zhou will be a joke." Towards the end, his tone became indignant. Compared to Sword God Zhou, what was Northern Valiant Sword? What Sword God Zhou was most respected for was not his power, but his benevolence. At the thought of this, the young man looked at Zhou Xuanji with a burning passion in his eyes, anticipating that he could defeat Northern Sword Valiant. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Many thanks." With that, he led little Jiang Shui forward. The young man did not chase after him. Instead, he shouted, "You must accept the challenge. Teach him a lesson." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand without looking back. His gaze suddenly turned deep. "Northern Sword Valiant? This young master will come and teach you a lesson soon." After walking for a few hundred meters, little Jiang Shui asked in a low voice, "Xuanji, are you confident?" After spending 7 years with Zhou Xuanji, how could she not tell what he was thinking? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "When I was 2 years old, I killed an inner pellet cultivator. You are just an enlightening cultivator. Why would I be afraid?" Little Jiang Shui thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. The title of Sword God Zhou was not just for show. The bandits who died under Zhou Xuanji's sword could form an army. Then you have to teach him a good lesson. This kind of arrogant person is the most annoying. Of course, the two of them chatted as they walked toward the city ahead. After entering the city, the two brats began to run all over the streets. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time walking through this world's streets, and he felt that it was quite novel. The two of them were busy buying snacks and strolling through various shops. They seemed to be very excited. For 3 consecutive days, the two of them toured the entire city. Zhou Xuanji's supreme storage contained countless gold, silver, and jewels. The two of them could buy whatever they wanted without hesitation. During this period, they were targeted by some villains, but they were all dealt with by Zhou Xuanji in the alleys. On the 4th day, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui sat on a carriage toward Cloud Swallow City. The Cloud Swallow City was not far from this city. The name of Sword God Zhou was the most popular at the border of the Southern Snow Kingdom. Northern Valiant Sword would naturally be closer to the border. There were a total of 7 carriages, and each carriage had 2 coachmen, one old and one young. The young man was here to gain experience. "Master, do you think Sword God Zhou will accept the challenge?" "I guess Sword God Zhou doesn't even know about this. If not, why do you think Northern Sword Valiant chose Cloud Swallow City?" Are you saying that Northern Sword Valiant was bragging?" "Of course, but Northern Sword Valiant is indeed powerful, while Sword God Zhou can only defeat foundation building bandits. It's hard to tell who will win. I heard that sword god Zhou is a kid who is not even 10 years old. Is that true? In the carriage, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui listened to the discussion outside. They looked at each other and smiled. Little Jiang Shui said softly, Xuanji, I didn't expect you to be so famous already. She was filled with pride in her heart, because the famous sword god Zhou was her younger brother. Zhou Xuanji was playing with a mask. The mask was plated with silver, and only his eyes could be seen. His facial features looked very majestic. He bought this mask with 2 pieces of silver, and it was said that it had been tempered 1,000 times. He smiled and said, not really famous. He was the prince of Great Zhou. A small empire was nothing in his eyes. He put on the silver mask and asked with a smile, Am I handsome? As he spoke, he struck a pose that he thought was handsome. Pfft. Little Jiang Shui could not hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Zhou Xuanji with the other. You look so silly. Zhou Xuanji heard her and immediately felt depressed. He was still too young. He was still far from being handsome. When he grew up, he would definitely be a dashing and handsome young master. Little Jiang Shui took out a set of black clothes from her storage ring and said, Change into this and try it. Zhou Xuanji was still wearing the clothes that she knitted, which looked very plain. These few days, they bought many clothes in the city, and it was just the right time to change into them. As sword god Zhou, his image could not be too shabby. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. After changing into a set of exquisite black clothes, Zhou Xuanji's entire aura became sharp and fierce. There were many golden lines on the black clothes. Most of his hair was tied up at the back of his head, but 2 strands of long hair were left on both sides of his forehead, reaching his collarbone. Zhou Xuanji put on the silver mask again. Little Jiang Shui's eyes brightened, and she praised, This suits the image of sword god Zhou, but it's still too young. Even though his aura was outstanding, Zhou Xuanji's height was still there. But everyone knew that sword god Zhou had the body of a child, so it did not affect him much. Zhou Xuanji took off his mask. With little Jiang Shui's praise, his mood became better. The two began to chat. During this period, they talked about Xiao Jinghong. They did not know how powerful Zhou Xuanji's cheap disciple was. In front of Xiao Jinghong, Northern Sword Valiant would not even dare to fart. The group continued to move forward. They did not encounter any robbers along the way. After 2 days and 2 nights, they arrived at Cloud Swallow City. Cloud Swallow City was one of the largest cities in the Southern Snow Kingdom. It had a population of 1 million. There were many clans, and the trade was flourishing. Walking on the street, Zhou Xuanji sensed many foundation building qi. A kingdom was not a mortal kingdom. Most people had cultivation, but it was usually very low. Below the kingdoms, there were mortal kingdoms. They were located between the kingdoms, and cultivation was not widespread yet. Along the way, they heard many people talking about Sword God Zhou and Northern Sword Valiant. Ever since Northern Sword Valiant declared war in a high-profile manner a month ago, more people came to Cloud Swallow City. After all, Northern Sword Valiant was an expert in the way of the sword, while Sword God Zhou appeared out of nowhere. If the two of them were to fight, it would be an exciting battle. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry to accept the challenge. He brought little Jiang Shui around the city first. On the other side, at the center of Cloud Swallow City, there was the biggest training ground in the city. The training ground was 1.5 meters tall and 100 yards wide. Behind it was the Lord's residence, while the other 3 sides led to different streets. At this moment on the training ground, there was an eye-catching silhouette. It was Northern Sword Valiant. His scabbard was placed vertically on the ground, and the tip of his foot was stepping on the hilt. He did not move at all, which made the passers-by exclaim in their hearts. This posture was not simple. Even a cultivator at the qi nurturing stage could not do it, and he had maintained it for a month. In the crowd, Zhang Ryu curled his lip and cursed softly. What a tiger! Chapter 36. Northern Sword Valiant stood tall and straight. His black hair was mixed with a few strands of white hair. He wore a long black robe with a white shirt over it. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and closed his eyes. His temperament was cold like a cold sword. Hundreds of people gathered around the training ground. They pointed at Northern Sword Valiant in disgust. How long is he going to wait? He is Northern Sword Valiant? He feels so powerful. I heard that Northern Sword Valiant can split a mountain with one slash. I don't think Sword God Joe dares to come. Yeah, Sword God Joe is just a greedy person. There are so many strongholds in Gulan Forest, but he only picked a foundation building stage chief to fight. This means that he is only at foundation building. Northern Sword Valiant has already understood the sword will. He might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with General Zhang in the future. Most people were in awe of Northern Sword Valiant. Other than those who were saved by Sword God Joe, many snorted when they heard about Sword God Joe. This time, Northern Sword Valiant challenged Sword God Joe, but he did not appear. This made people despise Sword God Joe even more. At the same time, they admired Northern Sword Valiant. This was a powerful cultivator who forced his opponent to not dare to fight. Among the crowd, there were two people. They were Xiao Chengfeng and Ms. Ji Shui, who had been searching for Zhao Xian's son. They had been searching for Zhou Xuanji for years, and had not given up. When are we going back? Ms. Ji Shui asked. In her heart, she felt that Prince Xuanji was already dead, and there was no point in continuing the search. Xiao Chengfeng stared at Northern Sword Valiant and said, "Let's wait for another month. I want to see who this Sword God Joe is. I heard that his body is like a 10-year-old child." Ms. Ji Shui asked, "You think he is Prince Xuanji?" Xiao Chengfeng shook his head and laughed. "How is that possible? Sword God Joe can defeat all foundation building stage cultivators. Even the second prince who built his foundation at the age of 9 could not defeat all foundation building stage cultivators. Is there someone more devilish than the second prince in this world?" Ms. Ji Shui heard and felt that it was impossible. After all, they had been out for so many years, and they were not in a hurry to go back. Of Zhou Xuanji, people came and went around the martial arts arena, but only a few people stayed. Even Zhang Ryu came here once in a while. On the west side of the training field, in a guest room on the 3rd floor of an inn, a man in purple with a bamboo hat stood in front of the window, looking at Northern Sword Valiant from afar. Inside the room, there was an old man sitting in front of a table. The old man had a stooped figure and a slightly fat body. He was holding a braised pork knuckle with both hands and eating it with relish. Upon closer inspection, one would discover a squirrel-like tail protruding from his back. Demons that could transform into human form were comparable to human inner pellet experts. "Young master, stop looking. Is a mere enlightening realm worth your attention?" the old man said vaguely while gnawing on the pork elbow. The purple-robed man did not answer him. After a long while, the purple-clothed man turned around and sat on the bed. He stared at the old man and said, "Old Qing, can you not be like a pig?" The old man with the pine tail, who was addressed as Old Qing, almost choked on his pork. He felt wronged. "Young master, why are you scolding me?" The purple-clothed man snorted coldly. "Remember our mission, capture Princess Xuanya. Royal Father will soon declare war on the Southern Snow Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms. We must have a bargaining chip to restrain the Great Zhou dynasty." Old Qing licked the oil off his hand and asked in confusion, "Princess Xuanya is only 15 years old. What can she do?" The purple-clothed man replied, "Let me tell you. Great Zhou's Princess Xuanya has the manifestation of Dao Constitution, which is only seen once in 1,000 years. Her talent is second only to Zhou Yalong. Do you think Emperor Yin of Zhou values her?" Old Qing opened his eyes wide and gasped. Shortly after, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in astonishment, "If she's so talented, why did she come to Cloud Swallow City?" The purple-clothed man did not reply, because he was also confused about this. "Shopkeeper, give us a guest room." Zhou Xuanji walked to the counter and shouted. He threw a silver ingot on the table. Little Jiang Shui followed behind him and looked out of the inn. She looked through the door and saw the training field at the end of the street. She could already see Northern Sword Valiant. He really knew how to act cool. She curled her lips and felt a little indignant. "Two young guests, please follow me." A waiter ran over and said with a flattering smile, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were dressed like ordinary people. Under the waiter's guidance, the two of them came to a guest room on the second floor that faced the training field. Zhou Xuanji was very generous. He gave the waiter some money, and the waiter nodded and bowed in joy. After sending the waiter away, Zhou Xuanji walked to the table and poured tea as he said, "When I go to fight, you stay here. No matter what happens, don't come over." Little Jiang Shui heard him, and immediately became anxious. "Will you be in danger?" Zhou Xuanji passed the teacup to her, and said with a smile, "Not really. I just don't want to expose our identities. I will go from another direction." Having heard him, little Jiang Shui was relieved. Before she met Northern Sword Valiant, she was very disdainful of him. But when she passed by the training field, Northern Sword Valiant's temperament made her feel that he was not someone to be trifled with. So she was a little worried. "When are you going?" little Jiang Shui asked. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "In 2 days. I will go out and make some arrangements." "What arrangements?" little Jiang Shui asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. He prepared to find someone to spread the news that Sword God Zhou would accept the challenge in 2 days. Since Northern Sword Valiant wanted to embarrass him, he would take this opportunity to make a name for himself. Little Jiang Shui heard him and sighed in amazement. "Xuanji, at such a young age, how can you be so scheming?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Scheming? It's obviously strategizing." After resting for a while, Zhou Xuanji left the inn. He found some beggars and children, and tempted them with silver to spread the news. Before night fell, the news about Sword God Zhou accepting the challenge had already spread throughout the city. After returning to the inn, Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate, but began eating delicacies with little Jiang Shui. It must be said that the mutton hot pot in this inn was really fragrant. It was fatty but not greasy, and it was extremely springy. When chewed, the deliciousness lingered in the mouth. Compared to roasted game, it was perfect. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two of them lay on the bed and began chatting. They talked about the future. As little Jiang Shui grew older, her ideas became more ambitious. Zhou Xuanji could not help but sigh. This girl had really entered puberty. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to fall asleep, little Jiang Shui suddenly poked his waist with her hand and said softly, "Xuanji, I feel like I'm sick. I might have internal injuries from training." Zhou Xuanji heard her, and immediately became anxious. He turned over and asked, "What's wrong? Does your body hurt?" Little Jiang Shui blushed and said softly, "Recently, when I peed it was all blood." Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and his expression became awkward. Damn internal injuries? He thought about it, and realized that it was true. Little Jiang Shui had been with him since she was 6 years old. She did not have any adult women to teach her, so she did not know much about physiology. Chapter 37. 2 days later. Cloud Swallow City, Central Training Field. Northern Sword Valiant was still standing on the sword, but this time his eyes were open. The martial arts practice field was surrounded by circles of people. There were at least 1,000 people. "I heard that Sword God Zhou is accepting the challenge today." "Yeah, the news has already spread all over the city." "Tisk tsk. Who do you think is stronger between Sword God Zhou and Northern Sword Valiant?" "Beixia Wangjian should be stronger. After all, he has been famous for a long time." The bandits that Sword God Zhou defeated were all at the foundation building stage. They are not really powerful. The people discussed among themselves. Even though most of them were criticizing Sword God Zhou, they were still waiting here, anticipating Sword God Zhou's arrival. Xiao Chengfeng, Miss Jishui, and Zhang Ruyu were among the crowd. In addition, Old Qing and the purple-robed man were also standing in front of the window, looking at the arena. "Young master, have you seen Princess Xuanya?" Old Qing asked curiously. Today's battle was going to be the most sensational event in Cloud Swallow City. The mischievous and lively Princess Xuanya would most likely come. The purple-robed man shook his head and said, "Not yet." Meanwhile, among the crowd, a skinny young man in tattered gray clothes was squeezing his way forward. "Excuse me, excuse me," the young man shouted as he squeezed. Even though his face was dirty, His facial features were exquisite, and his eyes were bright, exuding a sense of elegance. Soon, he squeezed to the front and looked excitedly at Northern Sword Valiant on the training field. He looked around and wanted to see if Sword God Zhou was already here. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Qingfeng and Lady Zhishui. He shrank his neck in fear and quickly turned his head. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said in a low voice, "Why are those two here?" One was a lackey of the Empress while the other was a maid of Consort Chun. Could it be that they had an affair? Thinking of this, he rolled his eyes and became excited again. He began to steal glances at Xiao Qingfeng and Lady Zhishui. On the stage, Northern Sword Valiant frowned. It was already noon. Why was Sword God Zhou not here yet? He did not challenge Sword God Zhou for fame, nor was it because of hatred. However, he heard that Sword God Zhou was proficient in the will of the sword and could kill all his enemies in an instant. So he could not help but want to challenge him. The sword Dao he pursued was battle, continuously defeating the experts of the sword Dao, and finally reaching the peak of the sword Dao. However, he did not really treat Sword God Zhou as his opponent, which was why he was not in a hurry. In his eyes, Sword God Zhou was no match for him. Even if he didn't come, it was reasonable. However, 2 days ago, the news of Sword God Zhou's arrival suddenly spread, which made him interested in Sword God Zhou again. No matter if you are Sword God Zhou or Sword Godly, under my sovereign sword, you will never dare to hold a sword again. Northern Sword Valiant thought confidently. A figure flashed across his mind. That person was his main target, Sword Monarch Xiao Jinghong. He couldn't help but grit his teeth when he recalled the battle several years ago, where he was defeated by Xiao Jinghong. His expression was noticed by the people outside, and they thought he was impatient. Does Sword God Zhou dare to come? Suddenly, a dissatisfied shout came from the crowd. It was very difficult to find the owner of the voice. Zhang Ruyu heard him and became furious. If Sword God Zhou says he will come, he will definitely come. He's the strongest. The people around him turned around and looked at him strangely. Isn't this Zhang Tianjin's son? Didn't Zhang Tianjin have some complaints about Sword God Zhou? Could it be that there was a traitor in the Zhang family? Zhang Ruyu did not care about the opinions of the people around him. He worshipped Sword God Zhou, and he wanted to express it loudly. Swoosh! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came, which tore apart the clamor around the training ground. A thin sword flew past the pavilions and landed 5 meters in front of Northern Sword Valiant. The blade pierced into the hard ground, and the body of the sword vibrated continuously. Wind-cutter sword. Seeing this sword, Northern Sword Valiant squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "It's a good sword." The entire place was silent. Thousands of people turned around to look. Like a wave of people, they saw a small silhouette flying over on a sword. He was about 1.3 meters tall, wearing a black shirt with golden threads and a silver mask. His hands were placed behind his waist, and he stood on a silver-black domineering long sword. It was Zhou Xuanji. With the Hell King sword's support, he quickly came to the training ground and looked down at Northern Sword Valiant. Sword God Zhou is here! Zhang Ruyu shouted excitedly. Even though Zhou Xuanji was wearing a mask, he could recognize him at first glance. That proud and aloof swordsman. Who else could it be other than Sword God Zhou? Zhang Ruyu's excitement spurred on the others. But the others did not want to see Sword God Zhou show off his might. They were just here to watch the show. He is Sword God Zhou. He looks like a kid. What do you know? He has regained his youth. He is wearing a mask. It seems like he is afraid of making a fool of himself. His sword looks impressive. I wonder what grade it is. Haha, such a pretentious entrance. How embarrassing would it be when he kneels down and begs for mercy later? The spectators chatted among themselves, and all eyes were locked on Zhou Xuanji. The man in purple shook his head and said, "Challenging enlightening level 3 with the cultivation of foundation building level 6 is really seeking death." Even though Zhou Xuanji used the chi obscuring incantation, he could still see through his cultivation. Old Qing chuckled. There are so many hotheads in this world. Other than them, Xiao Qingfeng and Ms. Zhishui shook their heads too. Xiao Qingfeng laughed at himself. Seems like I thought too much. He thought it would be an exciting battle, What a waste of time. Northern Sword Valiant also saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. He frowned and said, "You don't know that I have already reached enlightening stage? Qi nurturing, foundation building, enlightening, inner pellet, soul fountain, astral infant, astral projection, spirit refinement, great realization." The difference between each stage was almost insurmountable. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "The powerful do not need to understand the weak." Northern Sword Valiant frowned. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? The spectators outside the arena looked at each other in dismay. The handsome young man blinked his eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. This guy is so arrogant. Zhang Riyu's eyes were beaming. Sword God Zhou indeed. He's really the leader of our generation. The man in purple shook his head and laughed. This guy is interesting. The word interesting in his mouth was, of course, a derogatory term. Humph. Northern Sword Valiant snorted coldly. He was arrogant to begin with. How could he tolerate someone else's insult? He immediately leaped up, and the sword under his feet was pulled up from the ground. He turned around and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with the momentum. His speed was very fast. The entire set of movements took less than a second. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge and came to the back of Northern Sword Valiant. He raised his right hand, and the Hell King sword flew into his hand. Northern Sword Valiant landed on the ground and turned around. What movement technique are you using? He asked in astonishment. Shwishpft. A cold light flashed. Northern Sword Valiant tilted his head instinctively, but his cheek was still cut by the Wind Cutter sword. Blood spurted out. The Wind Cutter sword was stabbed into the training ground and was ignored by Northern Sword Valiant, so he suffered a small loss. Chapter 38. The thousands of people were stunned. They did not expect Northern Sword Valiant to be the first to be injured. Could it be that Sword God Zhou was really powerful? Brat, you dare to plot against me. Die. Northern Sword Valiant was furious and shouted with a deep voice. His words made the spectators realize the truth. That's right. It was only a plot. Northern Sword Valiant charged at Zhou Xuanji with his sword. This time he was serious. Zhou Xuanji held the Hell King sword in his right hand and the Wind Cutter sword in his left. Facing Northern Sword Valiant, he did not retreat but advanced instead. Facing an enlightening cultivator, Zhou Xuanji did not dare to be careless. He activated the White Crane sword will with his right hand and the Fiery sword will with his left. With the dual sword wills in his body, his entire qi became erratic. At the same moment, the man in purple opened his eyes wide and breathed rapidly. Xiao Chengfeng and Ms. Yishui were stunned too. Northern Sword Valiant was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's dual sword wills and stepped back instinctively. He had already understood sword wills and was extremely sensitive to them. Using two sword wills at the same time. How can it be? Even the sword monarch of Great Zhou and the sword noble could not do it. Northern Sword Valiant thought in shock. He immediately activated his own sword will. His entire temperament changed, and gusts of strong wind appeared around his body. Zhou Xuanji moved behind Northern Sword Valiant with the 8-step sword lunge, and slashed with his swords with both hands. The speed of his swing surpassed the foundation building stage. Most of the spectators could not follow it with their eyes. Clang! Clang! Ding! Clang! Zhou Xuanji's swords moved like the wind. Northern Sword Valiant's sword was extremely fast as well. The three swords slashed at each other at high speed, and the shadows of the swords glinted coldly. The two of them fought back and forth, but they were evenly matched. Half of Zhou Xuanji's body was wrapped in flames. His body was like a white crane, agile and swift. Northern Sword Valiant's sword was powerful and heavy. The sword in his hand seemed to be wrapped in a layer of red light. Within a radius of 100 meters, a strong gust of wind surrounded the two of them. The 1,000 spectators were dumbfounded. Sword God Zhou and Northern Sword Valiant were evenly matched. The entire place was silent. Little Jiang Shui was watching nervously by the window of the guest room. She covered her chest with both hands and mumbled, "Xuanji, you will win. You will win." In another inn, the purple-robed man rubbed his chin and mumbled, "This kid's talent in the sword Dao is really rare. I can use him." Old Qing stared at Zhou Xuanji and nodded. using 2 sword wills at the same time. Impressive indeed. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng clenched his fists and stared at Zhou Xuanji, as though he saw something unbelievable. The delicate youth's mouth was agape, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Only the sound of swords clashing could be heard. A rooster's voice was heard. "All hail Sword God Zhou! Kill him!" The voice belonged to Zhang Ruyu. Due to his agitation, his voice cracked. Zhou Xuanji sensed that Northern Valiant Sword was getting used to his dual sword wills, and he knew that something was wrong. Unlike the previous battle with Xiao Jinghong, Northern Sword Valiant used his cultivation. The difference in their realms was enough to make up for the lack of sword will. "Looks like I have to end this quickly." Zhou Xuanji made up his mind. He used the 8-step sword lunge again, and moved behind Beixiao Wangjian. Northern Sword Valiant smiled in disdain. With a backhand slash, he slashed at the air. Zhou Xuanji was 10 meters away from him, and did not attack. "Why? Are you afraid?" Northern Sword Valiant asked with a cold smile. As he spoke, he shook his right hand, and the sword fell, creating a small pit beside his feet. Zhou Xuanji stored the Wind Cutter sword into the supreme storage, and deactivated the dual sword wills. He said, "I've played enough. Next, I will defeat you with 1 slash." With this, the entire place was in an uproar. 1 slash. The people suddenly remembered the stories of Sword God Zhou. He killed his enemies with 1 slash. If it was before, they might have thought that Sword God Zhou was boasting. But after witnessing the battle between Sword God Zhou and Northern Sword Valiant, they began to believe that Sword God Zhou was really powerful. Northern Sword Valiant was stunned, and then he burst out in laughter. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He raised his sword and pointed it at Zhou Xuanji, saying, "You want to defeat me with 1 slash? You don't have." Ta! Zhou Xuanji came up to him with 1 step. The Hell King's sword in his hand shot out countless sword shadows. In an instant, Northern Sword Valiant felt a horrifying pressure locking onto him. Coupled with Zhou Xuanji's swift movements, he could not react in time. Trisource Vein Severing Sword. Sword Will. A gold-grade legendary sword exploded with horrifying destructive power. PFFTTT. Northern Sword Valiant was covered in blood. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was in front of him, as though he was looking at a devil. How can it be? This isn't the Sword Noble's Trisource Vein Severing Sword. It's also Sword Will. Northern Sword Valiant was extremely shocked. All the vital channels in his body were severed. His spirit energy dissipated, and his legs bent. Thump. The dignified Northern Sword Valiant knelt down in front of Zhou Xuanji. Virum. The buzzing sound of the blade resounded in Northern Sword Valiant's ears. It was deafening. He saw the Hell King's sword land on his neck. Zhou Xuanji raised his chin, and looked at Northern Sword Valiant with disdain. "You lost," he said. He was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Gold-grade legendary swords are so powerful. When he used the Trisource Vein Severing Sword just now, he felt that his sword chi was more than 10 times stronger. He felt that he could dominate the world with just 1 slash. Silence. The entire place was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji tongue-tied. It was really just 1 slash. Just 1 slash, and the energetic Northern Sword Valiant knelt down. Such prowess. Zhang Ruyu was so excited that his face and neck were red. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "All hail Sword God Zhou!" As expected of the Sword God, Northern Sword Valiant was a powerful cultivator at the enlightening stage. He understood the sword will himself. Before he could show his prowess, he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Ruyu wanted to kneel down in front of Zhou Xuanji. If there were not so many people around, he would have already knelt down and worshipped him. The entire place was in an uproar. Thousands of people cheered Sword God Zhou's name in excitement. Sword God Zhou! Sword God Zhou! Too powerful. He really is a sword god. What happened just now? Did you guys see it clearly? Such a domineering slash. Our empire's Zhang Tianjian could slash like that? The moment he swung his sword, I could feel the aura of death even from so far away. The doubts and mockery from before disappeared in an instant. The powerful ones were respected, That slash just now. Xiao Chengfeng squinted his eyes and mumbled to himself. He was thinking if it was him, could he dodge it? His cultivation was higher than Northern Sword Valiant. But he was also amazed by Zhou Xuanji's slash just now. But he was more observant, and he felt that Zhou Xuanji's Hell King sword was not as simple as it seemed. How could Zhou Xuanji, who was only at foundation building level 6, have such a powerful sword chi? It's a good sword. The man in purple stared at the Hell King sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand, and was in deep thought. On the other side, little Jiang Shui was jumping up and down in her room. She looked very excited. Zhou Xuanji slowly sheathed his sword and prepared to leave. Northern Sword Valiant gritted his teeth and asked with difficulty, "Who are you? What was that slash just now?" Zhou Xuanji stopped with his back facing him. He lowered his head and smiled. The sword begets one. The sword begets three. The sword begets all things. The man is the sword is the man. The man and the sword become one, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 39. The sword gives birth to all things. Man is the sword is man. One with the sword, unparalleled in the world. Northern Sword Valiant seemed to have fallen into a demonic spell, his mouth muttering incessantly. Zhou Xuanji managed to bluff him with a few words, because Zhou Xuanji's slash was just too powerful. As a result, Zhou Xuanji's image in his heart quickly rose. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to leave, Northern Valiant Sword came back to his senses. He hurriedly shouted, "Master!" Whoosh! The 1,000 spectators were in an uproar. Northern Sword Valiant was really going to become Sword God Zhou's disciple? Zhou Xuanji stopped and said, "I already have a disciple." Beishao Wangjian was stunned. He was not surprised that Zhou Xuanji had a disciple, but Zhou Xuanji used this excuse to evade it. Could it be that the disciple was more powerful than him? He subconsciously asked, "Who is he?" Zhou Xuanji said without looking back, "The next person to use dual sword wills is my disciple." After he finished speaking, he leaped up and flew towards the horizon on the Hell King sword. Beishao Wangjian knelt on the training field and fell into a trance. The next person with dual sword wills. The people around the training ground began to discuss excitedly. No one cared about the severely injured Northern Sword Valiant. They were all talking about how powerful Sword God Zhou was. What a good sword begets all things. Sword God Zhou is really a grandmaster in the way of the sword. He might become someone like the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou in the future. Impossible. If the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou fought against Northern Sword Valiant, it would definitely be an instant kill. Didn't Sword God Zhou defeat Northern Valiant Sword with one move? If it wasn't for Sword God Zhou's unparalleled benevolence, not killing those without a grudge, this day next year would be Northern Valiant Sword's death anniversary. Nonsense, Sword God or Sword Emperor. Who do you think is stronger? I'll just chuckle. You guys don't know how high the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou stands, so don't talk nonsense. When people were discussing Sword God Zhou's prowess, they actually dragged the Sword Monarch into it. Those who were not weak knew that Sword God Zhou was not as powerful as the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. But there were too many weak people around. The man in purple looked at Zhou Xuanji's back and instructed, "Chase after him, and tell him what I want." Yes. Old Qing nodded, turned into a wisp of green smoke, and disappeared from the room. In the crowd, Zhang Ryu grabbed the collar of a man next to him and roared, "Did you see that? I already said that Sword God Zhou is stronger. You don't believe me." That person's face turned red from his grip, and he almost fainted from suffocation. On the other side, Xiao Chengfeng took a deep breath and said to Lady Zhishui, "I have something to do, so I have to go." 7 days later, at noon, we will meet at the north gate of the Cloud Swallow City and return to the Zhou dynasty together. With that, he squeezed through the crowd and left. Lady Zhishui looked deeply at his back and mumbled, "Trying to rope in Sword God Zhou? Xiao Qingfeng, are you loyal to Her Majesty the Empress, or do you have ulterior motives?" Dozens of meters away, the delicate youth also quietly left. However, he did not notice that a pair of eyes had landed on him. It was the purple-clothed man, who was standing on the roof in the distance. Once Old Qing left, He went to the top of the building to search for Princess Xuanya. Soon he found it. A look of greed appeared on his face as he looked at the handsome youth, and he murmured, "The aura of the Tao embodiment body is truly delicious." On the training field, Northern Sword Valiant, who was at a loss, looked determined. He muttered to himself, "Sword God Zhou, I must become your disciple." He saw a glimmer of hope in Sword God Zhou. Maybe he could learn from Sword God Zhou the ability to defeat the Sword Noble. In a small alley, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped. "Who is it?" he asked with a deep voice. A wisp of green smoke floated into the alley and turned into Old Qing's figure. Old Qing chuckled. "Sword God Zhou, that move just now was indeed impressive. But you relied more on the sword in your hand, right?" Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at him. "What are you trying to say?" He could sense that Old Qing was very dangerous, much more powerful than Northern Sword Valiant. Old Qing stroked his long beard and smiled. "Have you heard of the Gulan Demon Monarch? My young master is the son of the Gulan Demon Monarch. He wants to invite you to join him." Gulan Demon Monarch? Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted suddenly. How could he not know about the Gulan Demon Monarch? He was a powerful being that gave the Great Zhou Empire headaches. Even the son of the Gulan Demon Monarch was far more powerful than the inner pellet stage. He could not deal with him. But as a human, how could he join the demon race? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. "What if I refuse?" At this moment, a shrill scream came from afar. Even in broad daylight, it made one's scalp numb. Next, a series of screams came from all directions. Zhou Xuanji frowned under his mask. Could the demon race have invaded Cloud Swallow City? He became anxious immediately, not for himself, but for little Jiang Shui. Old Qing smiled. "If you refuse, don't even think about leaving Cloud Swallow City alive. Soon, this city will become a city of corpses. Do you want to become one of them?" Zhou Xuanji said, "Okay, I promise you. But can I bring one person with me?" Old Qing nodded. "Not just one. Even two are fine, but not three." "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Xuanji complained in his heart. But he did not dare to say it out loud. Shortly after, under Old Qing's lead, he went to meet the son of the Gulan Demon Monarch. The young master's name is Zhuang Huisheng. You can call him young master from now on. Old Qing reminded him as he led the way. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was not interested in this. His thoughts were already on little Jiang Shui. He prayed in his heart that she would not run out and wait for him in the inn. Soon, they passed by the training field. At this moment, there were many corpses lying around the training field. Blood stained the street. Northern Sword Valiant was still kneeling on the training field. His vital channels were severed, and he could not move at all. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with his eyes. When he saw Zhou Xuanji and Old Qing walking together, he was in disbelief. The man in purple, whose name was Zhuang Huisheng, stood on the roof of the inn he stayed in. He grabbed the handsome young man in his hand. The handsome young man seemed to be immobilized. He could not move at all, and his eyes were filled with fear. "You are here. You know what's good for you. Don't worry. I will not mistreat you." Zhuang Huisheng smiled satisfactorily. Sword God Zhou might not be very powerful at the moment, but he was talented. With proper training, he would become his right-hand man in the future. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. He looked left and right. There were many collapsed buildings around him, and the inn he stayed in was on the other side of the training field. He could not see what was happening there. After he thought about it, he leaped up and came to the top of a building. He looked ahead, and his expression changed immediately. The inn they stayed in had already collapsed. He immediately flew over on his sword and came to the ruins. He began to sense little Jiang Shui's qi. "Xuanji!" A weak voice came from the ruins. Zhou Xuanji immediately flipped over the wooden pillars. Soon he saw little Jiang Shui. Her face was covered in dirt, and she was crushed under the roof beam. Not far away, there were other people's broken limbs. It was extremely horrifying. If little Jiang Shui was not at foundation building, she would have been crushed to death. Zhou Xuanji clenched his fists in his sleeves. He quickly rescued little Jiang Shui. Zhuang Huisheng brought the handsome young man and Old Qing to the edge of the training field. They were dozens of meters away from Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. He raised his brow and asked, "She's just a little girl. What does she have to do with you?" Zhou Xuanji let little Jiang Shui lie on the ruins. He did not reply to Zhuang Huixing but examined her. He found that her right leg was fractured and swollen to an exaggerated degree. He immediately took out bottles of pills and placed them in little Jiang Shui's hands. "Sister, don't be afraid. I will avenge you," he said softly. After he finished speaking, he got up slowly. The Hell King's sword appeared in his hand. His right hand gripped the Hell King's sword tightly and trembled slightly. He turned around to look at Zhuang Huixing and roared furiously, "Zhuang Huixing, I will *CK your mother." Chapter 40. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's cursing, Zhuang Huixing's expression darkened immediately. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Old Qing was even more furious. His body grew taller and his muscles bulged. His robe was on the verge of bursting. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "How dare you? How dare you insult the young lord like this? Do you want to die?" Even though Sword God Zhou had great talent, what was the point of raising a disobedient dog? "Xuanji, be careful," little Jiang Shui reminded. She had witnessed Zhuang Huixing's attack with her own eyes. He was like a demon. To her, Zhou Xuanji was far from being Zhuang Huixing's enemy, but she chose to believe in Zhou Xuanji. Her brother always worked miracles. Under the silver mask, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with fury and murderous intent. In this world, little Jiang Shui was the most important person to him. He had never scolded little Jiang Shui, let alone hit her. Seeing little Jiang Shui injured made him feel even worse than if he was injured himself. At this moment, he had forgotten his fear of the Gulan demon monarch. Even if he was no match for Zhuang Huixing, he still had to make a move. No matter who it was, if they dared to hurt little Jiang Shui, he would fight with his life. He raised his sword and walked towards Zhuang Huixing. The blade of the sword slid on the ground and made a piercing sound. Zhuang Huixing frowned. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to fall out with him because of a little girl. Could this girl be Sword God Zhou's daughter? He thought of many possibilities, but he still felt unhappy. His desire to cherish talents and his anger made him fall into a dilemma. At this moment, old Qing walked toward Zhou Xuanji. "Stinking brat. I gave you a chance but you didn't want it. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell." Old Qing's face became hideous and terrifying. The appearance of an old demon was revealed, and two sharp fangs grew out of his mouth. On the training ground, Northern Sword Valiant looked at Zhou Xuanji and wanted to speak, but he no longer had the energy to. He knew how powerful Zhuang Huixing was. Zhou Xuanji might not stand a chance against him. So what if he defeated Zhuang Huixing? After offending the Gulan demon monarch, death was inevitable unless they hid in the great Zhou dynasty's imperial city. The handsome young man, who was immobilized beside Zhuang Huixing, also stared at Zhou Xuanji. He thought back to Zhou Xuanji's powerful performance, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Not all the people lying around the martial arts arena were dead. There were many people who were still alive. Some were crushed under the rubble, and some were lying on the street. At this moment, they all placed their hopes on Zhou Xuanji. Old Qing and Zhou Xuanji were getting closer and closer. Zhou Xuanji fixed his gaze on Zhuang Huixing and ignored old Qing. "Sword God Zhou, defeat him." A weak voice came from under the collapsed beam. Thud. Zhou Xuanji immediately stepped out with his right foot, which cracked the stone under his feet. He leaped toward Zhuang Huixing. Old Qing suddenly raised his right hand. His palm turned into a beast's claw and rapidly enlarged. It was completely out of proportion to his body size. It was like a massive fan slamming toward Zhou Xuanji. This palm strike was so powerful that it could shatter a small mountain. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to be hit, he suddenly appeared behind old Qing with the 8-step sword lunge. Bang! Old Qing's palm strike missed and landed on the ground, causing it to crumble. Cracks extended forward like a spider web. Before he could turn around, Zhou Xuanji activated the 8-step sword lunge again and moved swiftly toward Zhuang Huixing. Gripping the Hell King's sword in his hand, he immediately entered the trisource vein-severing sword intent state. Human heart into sword. He became one with the Hell King's sword. Even so, in his eyes, Zhuang Huisheng was flawless. He pierced his sword toward Zhuang Huisheng. A cold gleam flashed, and the handsome young man closed his eyes. Humph! Zhuang Huisheng snorted with disdain. His left palm was as fast as lightning. With a slap, a surge of demonic energy flowed from his palm. Boom! Zhou Xuanji could only feel a strong gust of wind coming toward him. His qi and blood were in a mess, and a mouthful of blood flowed up his throat. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He flew over old Qing's head and landed beside little Jiang Shui, after flying dozens of meters. Xuanji! Little Jiang Shui cried out in surprise. She quickly supported herself with her hands and tried to stand up. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji jumped up like a carp. He swallowed the blood in his throat but did not spit it out. He still looked at Zhuang Huisheng fiercely. Zhuang Huisheng looked at him coldly and said, "Sword God Zhou, even if you are talented in the way of the sword and have the help of a high-grade enchanted artifact, you are still only at foundation building level 6. It is impossible for you to defeat me. Kneel down now, kowtow to me, and admit your mistakes. I can spare both of your lives." If it were someone else, he would have killed him with a slap. But Zhou Xuanji's talent in the way of the sword was too outstanding. He could not bear to kill him. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and motioned for little Jiang Shui to stay away. He lowered his head and said softly, "Recuperate first. Leave the killing to me." Old Qing heard him and stomped his feet in anger. He said to Zhuang Huisheng, "Young master, this brat is completely crazy. He even wants to kill you. Let me eat him." 100 meters away, at the entrance of the alley, Xiao Chengfeng tilted his head to observe the battle. He frowned. He did not expect Zhuang Huisheng to appear in Cloud Swallow City. This time, Cloud Swallow City will face a catastrophe. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji wanted to challenge Zhuang Huisheng, he cursed in his heart. What a brute! He still wanted to rope Zhou Xuanji in, so he did not want him to die here. On the other side of the training ground, Zhang Ruyu hid behind a huge tree that was snapped in half. He looked ahead anxiously and mumbled to himself, "Why is father not here yet?" Cloud Swallow City was invaded by the demon young master. It was a great humiliation to the Southern Snow Kingdom. But recently, Zhang Tianjian had been guarding against Gulan Demon Monarch. He should be here soon. He hoped that Sword God Zhou could hold on until his father arrived. At this moment, they were not the only ones staring at Zhou Xuanji. The injured civilians and cultivators were also looking at him. Those who stayed nearby were all severely injured and could not move. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was no match for Zhuang Huisheng, they fell into despair. Damn! So painful. Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck and endured the pain all over his body to stand up straight. That slap just now broke a few of his ribs. His internal organs were in discomfort, as though they were in an uproar. Zhuang Huisheng frowned and said, "Forget it. Kill him." Cloud Swallow City was already in chaos. The news would soon reach the capital of the Southern Snow Kingdom. He had to leave with Princess Xuanya as soon as possible. Since this genius in the sword's way was not willing to submit to him, then he would kill him here. Okay. Old Qing grinned coldly. His face was hideous, and the evil look of a demon sent chills down people's spines. He immediately walked toward Zhou Xuanji. As he walked, he licked his lips and said coldly, "You are so talented, your flesh must be delicious." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. He held the Hell King's sword in a reverse grip with his right hand, and placed the blade in front of him. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. Strands of black qi seeped out from the surface of his body, and gradually formed the shadow of the Hell King, which attached itself to his body. Old Qing stopped and was slightly moved. "Old bastard, you want to eat me?" asked the sword in my hand first. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and said coldly. Under the cold reflection of the blade, his eyes were extremely sharp. Chapter 41. Although the Nether King's phantom was blurry, it was filled with a terrifying baleful aura. Old Qing was frightened by the Netherworld King, so he asked, "Kid, what is this?" Zhuang Huisheng looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. At this moment, he could not see through Zhou Xuanji. The delicate youth's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Ruyu and Xiao Qingfeng, who were hiding in the dark, were also stunned. Those who were heavily injured all looked at Zhou Xuanji in a daze. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's aura, could it be that today's crisis had turned for the better? It was not her first time seeing Zhou Xuanji being possessed by the Hell King. But she was not sure if he could defeat Old Qing and Zhuang Huisheng after being possessed by the Hell King. She didn't dare to make another sound, and could only endure the pain to heal herself. After entering Hell King possession, Zhou Xuanji's confidence was greatly boosted. The corners of his mouth curled up. Beneath the silver mask, his eyes became crazed and conceited. Old Qing's heart trembled when he met his gaze. What kind of secret technique did this kid use? Just when he was about to continue asking, Zhou Xuanji suddenly used the 8-step sword lunge and rushed in front of him. The sword light appeared. Old Qing's pupils suddenly dilated. In his eyes, countless black sword auras rushed towards him. Puchi! Zhou Xuanji stopped behind Old Qing. His sword chi swept out, and the surrounding houses and ruins were reduced into countless wood shavings and gravel. Dust billowed into the air. Old Qing's entire body was covered in blood, and the blood splattered on the ground. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Zhuang Huisheng widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Zhou Xuanji was only at foundation building level 6. How could he injure Old Qing, who was at 4th rank level 9? The cultivation of the demon race was not as varied as that of the human race. It was directly divided into 9 levels. Each level corresponded to a great realm of human cultivation. Rank 4 Stage 9 was equivalent to Inner Pellet Stage 9. Crossing 2 realms to kill the enemy? Wait a minute. That sword. It was definitely an evil sword. Zhuang Huisheng stared at the Hell King sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. There were countless weapons in the world, but some of them could be possessed by spirits. They could be gods, celestial spirits, or even evil spirits. The evil spirit temporarily boosted Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, which was why he had such power. Old Qing slowly knelt down. His body trembled, and actually turned into a large squirrel. His body was covered in blood as he collapsed on the ground, his limbs twitching. Impossible. What sword is that? Impossible. Old Qing muttered in a trembling voice. His voice gradually became softer and softer, and in the end there was no sound. He breathed his last and breathed his last. On the martial arts practice field. Northern Sword Valiant's eyes widened, and his body trembled, as if he had just seen a peerless sword technique. This sword. This is the sword that I pursue. The sword gives birth to all things, unparalleled in the world. He forgot about the pain, and fell into an unprecedented joy. He would never forget that strike just now. Zhou Xuanji walked toward Zhuang Huisheng with his sword in hand. The tip of the sword scraped the ground, and made an ear-piercing sound. He stared at Zhuang Huisheng and coldly said, "You dare to hurt her? I will make you pay." Zhuang Huisheng did not lose his mind because of Old Qing's death. Instead, he frowned and shouted, "Aren't you afraid that you will go mad and fall into the demonic path by using such an evil sword?" Zhou Xuanji said, "Even if I become a demon, I will kill you." The childish voice seemed to have come from the depths of hell, filled with extreme killing intent. Boom! He stomped on the ground with his right foot, leaving a deep footprint. He leaped up with the Hell King's sword in his right hand, and pierced toward Zhuang Huisheng. Trisource vein severing sword will. At this moment in his eyes, Zhuang Huisheng's weakness was revealed. Facing the aggressive Zhou Xuanji, Zhuang Huisheng did not panic, but swung his palm. His demonic energy transformed into a giant white tiger that roared out from his palm. Its might shook the entire city. Zhou Xuanji's sword pierced through the giant white tiger and pointed straight at Zhuang Huisheng's forehead. Zhuang Huisheng opened his eyes wide in disbelief. But he was not hit. He grabbed the handsome young man and leaped backward, dodging the strike. Bomb! The ground beneath his feet caved in from the impact of the sword chi. Pebbles flew in all directions. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were like the gleam of a sword. He leaped up the moment he landed and chased after Zhuang Huisheng. Zhuang Huisheng was furious. This guy really wanted to kill him. His left hand suddenly turned into a tiger's claw and swung toward Zhou Xuanji. Streams of visible energy swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung the Hell King sword and dispersed the demonic chi. The swine-culling sword appeared under his feet suddenly. Standing on the swine-culling sword, He used the 8-step sword lunge and charged toward Zhuang Huisheng. Clang! The Hell King's sword clashed with Zhuang Huisheng's tiger claw, creating sparks. The blade cut into his skin and hair, and blood splattered. Zhuang Huisheng's face contorted in pain. The handsome young man in his hand opened his eyes wide and stared at Zhou Xuanji, who was right in front of him. His eyes were cold and sharp, with absolute arrogance, as though there was nothing in the world that he could not cut. He was also a little crazy, as though he wanted to tear Zhuang Huisheng into pieces. The handsome young man was mesmerized. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand, and the crimson dragon sword appeared in his hand. A dragon roar exploded, and he slashed at Zhuang Huisheng. Zhuang Huisheng was so frightened that he retreated quickly again. Although the crimson dragon sword missed its target, a crimson dragon soul charged out with a roar. It grew larger quickly and attempted to swallow Zhuang Huisheng. Zhuang Huisheng's face suddenly turned into that of a white tiger. He roared furiously, and the sound wave became tangible, which shook the crimson dragon's soul and reduced its speed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared above his head. His body spun, and the Hell King sword and crimson dragon sword swept up a strong gale, like a tornado toward Zhuang Huisheng. Damn! Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhuang Huisheng was completely enraged. His eyes turned brown, and 2 beams of white light shot out, sending Zhou Xuanji flying away. But before Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground, the swine-culling sword flew up. He stepped on it and leaped up, charging toward Zhuang Huisheng. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji and Zhuang Huisheng were exchanging blows, Northern Valiant Sword trembled in excitement. The injured who were lying on the ground saw hope too. Do your best, Sword God Zhou. Kill this devil. I beg of you. So powerful. He really is a sword god. You must win. Why are the reinforcements not here yet? They tried their best to cheer for Zhou Xuanji, but he could no longer hear them. He only had eyes for Zhuang Huisheng. The more he looked at Zhuang Huisheng, the angrier he became. An indescribable violence filled his heart. He must tear Zhuang Huisheng into pieces. Far away, little Jiang Shui fixed her bones with her spirit energy, while looking at Zhou Xuanji anxiously. Zhou Xuanji, who was possessed by the Hell King, looked like a demon, but in her eyes, he was still her pillar of support. So powerful. Zhuang Huisheng is at 4th rank level 10. With his talent in his bloodline, he is almost invincible among the 4th rank cultivators. Xiao Chengfeng mumbled to himself. At this moment he was a little hesitant. Could he really rope in such a sword god Zhou? Clang! 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 Zhou Xuanji's swords moved faster and faster, and his strength increased as well. He slashed and slashed at Zhuang Huisheng like a mad demon. It looked like a mess, but he did not dispel the trisource vein-severing sword will. Every slash that injured Zhuang Huisheng would definitely destroy his meridians. How can it be? What kind of evil spell is this? Zhuang Huisheng thought in horror as he defended himself. If this continued, things would not be good. Chapter 42. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, Zhuang Huisheng immediately had the intention to retreat. He carried the handsome young man and turned to escape. Zhou Xuanji's 2 swords slashed through thin air again. He leaped into the air, and a black wind gathered under his feet, carrying him and the handsome young man out of the city. Clouds follow the dragon, while the wind follows the tiger. Sword God Zhou, you killed my slave today. In the future, I will surely slaughter everyone around you. Just you wait. Zhuang Huisheng's furious roar resounded across the sky above Cloud Swallow City, which silenced the chaotic city in an instant. This great demon was defeated by Sword God Zhou? Since Zhuang Huisheng wreaked havoc in Cloud Swallow City, it had only been less than half an hour. There were still hundreds of thousands of people in the city who had not escaped. At this moment, when they heard Zhuang Huisheng's words, they all felt that it was unreal. You won't have the chance. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice resounded. An air-piercing sound swept across the sky above Cloud Swallow City. The Hell King's sword flew at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not catch up with. Pshhhh. Zhuang Huisheng's chest was pierced by the Hell King's sword, and the demonic wind around him dissipated. He opened his eyes wide, and looked at the Hell King's sword that flew forward. His expression was dull. What sword technique is this? His body fell down, and he loosened his right hand instinctively. The handsome young man also fell down. Compared to Zhuang Huisheng, the handsome young man's face was full of fear. Was he going to fall to his death? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword. His eyes were filled with hope. This senior sword god would surely save him. Sword god Zhou, who was benevolent and righteous, had heard of this saying before. Zhou Xuanji leaped up from the crimson dragon sword, stepped on Zhuang Huisheng's back, and flew past the handsome young man. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji did not even look at him. He immediately lost all hope. Boom! Zhou Xuanji stepped on Zhuang Huisheng and landed on the street. The impact shattered the ground, and blood splattered all over the ground. The civilians and cultivators on the street were so frightened that they all backed away like a tide. In a split second, Zhou Xuanji beheaded Zhuang Huisheng with his sword. Blood spurted out from his neck. The handsome young man was lucky. He landed on a big tree at the side and was not severely injured. Zhuang Huisheng's right hand appeared to be of two, and the sword pierced into Zhuang Huisheng's heart. Zhuang Huisheng's legs twitched, and he stopped moving. Zhou Xuanji stopped. After confirming that Zhuang Huisheng was dead, he got up slowly. At this moment, he was still in the possession of the Nether King. The Nether King absorbed Zhuang Huisheng's aura, raised his arms and roared like a ferocious demon. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was stepping on Zhuang Huisheng's corpse, everyone on the street was dumbfounded. The great demon was dead? The Hell King's sword flew back quickly and stopped beside Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tore a piece of cloth from Zhuang Huisheng's clothes and wiped the blood off the Frost Wave sword and Hell King's sword. He looked down at Zhuang Huisheng, smiled disdainfully, and turned to leave. Just then, a white light flew out from Zhuang Huisheng's corpse and quickly disappeared into the sky. Zhou Xuanji did not notice this. The cultivators and commoners thought that they were seeing things. They became excited and cheered Sword God Zhou's name. Sword God Zhou! Sword God Zhou! So cool! This great demon is no match for Sword God Zhou. He definitely did not use his full strength when he fought against Northern Sword Valiant. No wonder he dares to call himself Sword God. He is the hero of our Cloud Swallow City. So domineering. Did you see the look in his eyes just now? That's the spirit I'm after. The people could not hold back their excitement. Some even cried tears of joy. With Zhuang Huisheng's death, they did not have to flee Cloud Swallow City. This was their home after all. Zhou Xuanji seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and searched Zhuang Huisheng's body. In the end, he found 2 storage rings and 3 storage bags. After storing them in the supreme storage, he flew back to where little Jiang Shui was on his sword. Looking at his back as he left, some elders even knelt down and kowtowed to him, as though they were worshipping a god. The handsome young man stared at him from the tree. He was in despair. Big brother, can you save me while you're at it? It was a pity that he could not speak, and could not call out to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji quickly returned to little Jiang Shui's side. He deactivated the Hell King's possession, and fell to the ground beside her. Are you okay? Little Jiang Shui asked anxiously with red eyes. Zhou Xuanji felt weak in his limbs. His spirit energy was depleted, and his internal organs were in excruciating pain. He smiled bitterly. The side effects are too severe. Little Jiang Shui quickly took out a pill and fed it to him. On the training ground, Northern Sword Valiant looked at Zhou Xuanji excitedly. Sword God Zhou really killed Zhuang Huisheng and Old Qing. Unbelievable. Zhang Ryu ran toward Zhou Xuanji excitedly. Little Jiang Shui quickly took out her flaming fan and stood in front of him. Zhang Ryu stopped in front of her and waved his hand. It's me. We met at the Shady Mountain Stronghold. I mean no harm. Sir Sword God Zhou is now a powerful cultivator that I admire the most. I have a pill that can recover spirit energy. After that, he took out 2 small white jade bottles. Little Jiang Shui looked doubtful and did not take it. Zhang Ryu immediately threw the 2 bottles to her. His face was filled with excitement as though he was on drugs. Zhou Xuanji took the bottles and asked in his heart, Sword Spirit, is it poisonous? It's not poisonous. It's indeed a pill that can recover spirit energy. The quality is not bad for you. The Sword Spirit replied. which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. Without a word, he opened one of the bottles and began to consume the pill. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked, "You trust him that much?" Zhang Ryu looked at her with a smile, as though he had just broken through to the enlightening stage. Zhou Xuanji said, "Whether it's poisonous or not, I can tell with one look." Zhang Ryu was impressed. "Sir is so powerful." Shortly after, Zhou Xuanji asked little Jiang Shui to eat it too. On the other side, Xiao Chengfeng hid in the dark and hesitated if he should go forward. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a silhouette standing on top of the castellan's residence. "It's him." Xiao Chengfeng opened his eyes wide and quickly retreated in fear. The castellan's residence faced the training field. On the roof, there was a proud and aloof silhouette. It was Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was healing himself, and sighed in his heart. His revered teacher was really powerful. He estimated that in a few decades, he would surpass him. He glanced at the alley where Xiao Chengfeng was, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately disappeared from the roof, as though he was never there. A while later, more and more commoners and cultivators gathered. They did not dare to disturb Zhou Xuanji, who was healing himself, but they began to help the injured nearby. Even Northern Sword Valiant was saved. After all, he still had many admirers. After Zhou Xuanji recovered part of his spirit energy, his body was still in pain. He got up slowly and prepared to leave with little Jiang Shui. At this moment, Northern Sword Valiant suddenly pushed away the people who were supporting him and smashed his forehead on the ground. He roared with all his might, "Sword God Zhou, I'm willing to be your slave for life. Please take me in. Teach me sword techniques." Swoosh! Everyone turned around and looked. Countless gazes fell on Northern Sword Valiant. I will update the list of Zhou Xuanji's attributes and legendary swords from time to time. You can also search for the author, Run Wuxiao, on my public account. That's my other pen name. You can go and take a look. After all, I can't always mention my name in the book, or else I might make things up. Chapter 43. Willing to be my slave for life. Zhou Xuanji stopped and looked back. When he saw Northern Valiant Sword kowtowing, he was a little moved. Fresh blood flowed down Northern Sword Valiant's forehead like a blood flower blooming on the ground. Little Jiang Shui pouted and said, "Wasn't he very arrogant just now?" Zhou Xuanji hesitated. Actually, it was not a bad idea to keep Northern Valiant's sword. After all, he still had plans for revenge. After thinking about it, he said to Northern Sword Valiant, 10 days later, if I meet you at the main gate of the border, I will make you my slave." With that, he held little Jiang Shui's hand and left. Northern Sword Valiant was overjoyed when he heard that. He quickly raised his head and shouted, "Thank you, master." All the meridians in his body had been severed, so it would not be easy for him to rush to the border in 10 days. Zhou Xuanji did not reply, but left quickly with little Jiang Shui. The cultivators and commoners did not chase after him, in case they offended Sword God Zhou. Today's incident had taken a turn for the better. The matter of Northern Valiant Sword becoming Sword God Zhou's sword slave would surely become a legend. Zhang Ryu looked at Northern Valiant Sword, his eyes rolling. Seeing that Northern Sword Valiant had successfully boarded Sword God Zhou's ship, he was a little moved. However, becoming a sword slave would mean losing his freedom, so he wasn't that impulsive. Sword God Zhou only needed to respect him in his heart. The other side, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui walked quickly in the alley toward the city gate. "Are we really going to take him in?" Little Jiang Shui said unwillingly. She liked to be alone with Zhou Xuanji, and having the Northern Valiant Sword around would make her feel uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Don't worry. When the time comes, let him guard the valley for us." Northern Sword Valiant's strength and talent were not bad. Although he couldn't threaten the Empress of Great Zhou, it would be good to have someone to run errands for her in the future. Hearing this, little Jiang Shui felt that it made sense. With Northern Valiant Sword's strength, he would definitely be able to stand in front if they encountered danger in the future. All the way forward, after going around 2 streets, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with anger as he turned around and shouted, "Who's following me?" Hearing this, Little Jiang Shui turned around anxiously. A beautiful woman dressed in black walked around the corner. She was as beautiful as a flower, and her long hair was coiled up on top of her head. Her eyebrows were slightly cold, and her entire person seemed cold and elegant. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. With one look, he could tell that this woman was only at foundation building stage 1, and was no match for him. The lady in black gritted her teeth, and knelt down in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Senior, we met at the Shady Mountain Stronghold. I wanted to become your slave, but you did not agree." "It's you." Little Jiang Shui's eyes widened. At that time, this girl's face was dirty. She did not expect her to be so pretty. The girl in black nodded and said, "My name is Huang Lianxin. I hope Senior can accept me. I have nowhere else to go." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Speak clearly. What is your motive?" Since this woman was so insistent on becoming his slave, she must have some ulterior motives. Huang Lianxin lowered her head and took a deep breath. "I want revenge." As expected, Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. "I have not taken my revenge yet, and you want me to help you? To be honest, I have a blood feud with the royal family." Huang Lianxin did not know what Zhou Xuanji was thinking and continued to speak. "Great Zhou imperial family?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Oh, who is in the Great Zhou royal family?" Huang Lianxin gritted her teeth and said, "Zhou Yalong. Back then when I was still young, Zhou Yalong came to my city. He went berserk in his cultivation, and massacred the entire city. My father hid me in a cellar, and I survived. The whole city was filled with fire and corpses. I can't forget that scene." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Zhou Yalong went berserk? Why had he not heard of this before? But it made sense. If this matter were to be spread, it would surely affect Zhou Yalong's reputation. He reckoned that this matter had already been suppressed. There were so many cities in the Great Zhou Empire. Destroying one city would not cause too much of a commotion. "That's Zhou Yalong. You want me to die?" Zhou Xuanji pretended to be indifferent and asked. Little Jiang Shui looked at Huang Lianxin cautiously. Back then, when she was with the Yellow Gust 17 Fiends, she heard about Zhou Yalong's legend. He was someone even more powerful than the sword noble Xiao Jinghong. Most importantly, Zhou Yalong was likely to become the next emperor of Great Zhou, and rule the entire Great Zhou. The emperor of Great Zhou was someone even more powerful than the Gulan demon monarch. Huang Lianxin looked up and said, "Because of your talent. I can see that you are not even 10 years old, and have not regained your youth. With your talent, you can compete with Zhou Yalong." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "How can you be so sure that I am not even 10 years old?" Huang Lianxin said seriously, "I have talent. Ever since I could understand, I could see through the human body's meridians and bones. According to my experience, your bone age is less than 10 years old." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Little Jiang Shui was shocked too. X-ray vision? Zhou Xuanji looked at Huang Lianxin enviously. This girl was really lucky. If she really had such talent, she was worth nurturing. He had already taken in a sword slave, so what if he took in another one? He was going to deal with the Empress in the future. Dealing with the Empress would naturally mean offending Zhou Yalong. By then, Huang Lianxin would surely be at the forefront. He muttered, "Get up and follow us." With this, Huang Lianxin looked up in surprise. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide. Somehow, she thought about how Zhou Xuanji would marry more than a dozen wives and concubines when he grew up. She immediately became furious and pinched his waist. Hiss, Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. With Huang Lianxin beside him, he did not dare to cry out in pain, and could only endure it. And so, Huang Lianxin became Zhou Xuanji's servant. After leaving Cloud Swallow City, the three of them headed to other cities. Huang Lianxin took the initiative to buy a carriage for Zhou Xuanji, and little Jiang Shui to recuperate in it. She was so sensible that she immediately gained little Jiang Shui's favor. This girl did not look so annoying after all. Looking at her chatting and laughing with Huang Lianxin, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Such a silly girl. It seemed that he had to keep a close eye on her in the future, in case she did not even know that she was sold. 2 days later, they came to another city. Zhou Xuanji's injuries were healed as well. Little Jiang Shui's body was not as strong as his, so she still limped when she walked. Fortunately, Huang Lianxin was supporting her. After they entered the city, they began to buy all the things they needed, including food and materials. Zhou Xuanji had enough of barbecued meat without salt. 8 days later, the three of them came to the border. From afar, Zhou Xuanji could see Northern Sword Valiant standing at the city gate. Northern Sword Valiant saw them too, and immediately became excited. Zhou Xuanji had already taken off his mask, but Northern Sword Valiant still remembered little Jiang Shui. He did not say anything, but looked at Zhou Xuanji walking toward him in silence. TSK, have you heard? Sword God Zhou has entered Great Zhou's reputation ranking. Of course. He killed the old demon Qing Song and destroyed the body of the demon monarch's son. How can he not be famous? Yeah, even Senior Sword Valiant was impressed by him. After the battle at Cloud Swallow City, Sword God Zhou became famous in Great Zhou. I heard that Sword God Zhou has the body of a dwarf. Is that true? As they approached the city gate, the three of them heard the guards discussing Sword God Zhou. Chapter 44. What is Great Zhou's reputation ranking? Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. She had only heard of Great Zhou's hero ranking, because the genius on the ranking Yi Fifan was killed by Zhou Xuanji 7 years ago. Huang Lianxin said, "It's a ranking published by the Great Zhou Empire. It records the most influential people every year. There are only 100 of them, which means that you have become this year's most influential person." Zhou Xuanji heard her and thought, "I'm so famous now?" He still underestimated Zhuang Huixing's fame. The son of the demon monarch massacred an entire city, but he was defeated by an unknown sword cultivator. It was really dramatic. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji passed by Northern Sword Valiant. "Follow me," he said softly. Northern Sword Valiant held back his surprise and followed Zhou Xuanji. The soldiers guarding the pass widened their eyes, and their breathing quickened. So this kid is Sword God Zhou. Huang Lianxin left the carriage behind. It was up to fate who would accept it. Looking at the back of the four leaving, the guards were in an uproar. Sword God Zhou. So it's him. I remember him. Half a month ago, when he entered the border, I was guarding. He looks younger than my son. TSK, don't overthink. He might even be older than your grandpa. Did you see that? The Great Northern Sword Valiant is really like a slave behind Sword God Zhou. This is Sword God Zhou's spirit. The soldiers on guard duty discussed animatedly. They seemed very excited. Today's encounter was enough for them to talk about for a long time after their meals. After leaving the Southern Snow Kingdom's border custom, the four continued on their way. Northern Sword Valiant was nervous and dared not to speak much. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were chatting happily. "Oh yeah, do you like swords?" Zhou Xuanji asked Huang Lianxin suddenly. It seemed casual, but it made Huang Lianxin's body tremble. She quickly replied, "I like it. I also know a sword technique, but it's of a very low grade, barely yellow grade." Energy techniques, spells, and martial arts in the world all had different grades. Generally speaking, they were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The further grades were divided into top grade, high grade, intermediate grade, and low grade. Zhou Xuanji's white crane sword technique and fiery sword technique were only yellow grade. Only the trisource vein severing sword was at the top grade of black grade. Huang Lianxin looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. Could it be that Sword God Zhou was going to teach her sword techniques? Northern Sword Valiant looked at Huang Lianxin in surprise, his eyes filled with envy. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji looked back at Beixiao Wangjian and said, "Teach her a black grade sword technique, and help her achieve great accomplishment." Northern Sword Valiant widened his eyes in shock. Huang Lianxin, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Mysterious rank sword arts were not something that could be found on the continent. In the dynasty, it was a family technique that was passed down through generations. Even in the Great Zhou dynasty, it was expensive. It was definitely not something she could afford. Zhou Xuanji believed that Northern Valiant Sword must have a mysterious grade sword technique. If he did not, Zhou Xuanji would look down on him. Northern Sword Valiant took a deep breath and said, "Yes." Since he had already become Zhou Xuanji's sword slave, He did not dare to object. Zhou Xuanji nodded in satisfaction and said, "Do you know what sword technique I used to defeat you?" Northern Sword Valiant shook his head, but he suddenly thought of something and muttered. Master's swordsmanship back then was quite similar to the Swordmaster's triple vein severing sword. Zhou Xuanji said, "That's right. It was the triple vein severing sword." Northern Sword Valiant opened his eyes wide, and Huang Lianxin was a little surprised too. The Swordmaster's reputation was much higher than Northern Sword Valiant's. He was in the top 3 of Great Zhou's hero ranking board, and had been on Great Zhou's reputation ranking for a long time. He was a powerful cultivator in the way of the sword, whose name shook the world. Although the triple vein severing sword did not belong to the Swordmaster alone, his triple vein severing sword was the most powerful, and was used the most frequently. "Where did you get your triple vein severing sword?" Northern Sword Valiant asked curiously. The Swordmaster challenged all sword cultivators in the world. Other than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, he had never lost. He was one of the Swordmaster's defeated opponents. Hope was ignited in his heart. Could it be that Sword God Zhou really had the potential to defeat the Swordmaster? Pfft! Little Jiang Shui could not hold back her laughter. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin looked at her in astonishment. What was so funny? Little Jiang Shui glanced at Zhou Xuanji. After she saw him nod, she smiled and said, "The Swordmaster Xiao Jinghong is his disciple. Back then, he made a bet with Xiao Jinghong." She began to talk non-stop. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin were dumbfounded. Xiao Jinghong lost to Sword God Zhou in terms of sword techniques? Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji achieved the sword will of the triple vein severing sword within half a day? What level of attainment in the sword's way was this? At this moment, the two of them really wanted to kneel down to him. Swoosh, Zhou Xuanji whistled suddenly. With the support of his spirit energy, his whistle traveled extremely far. Northern Sword Valiant's emotions surged like waves, and could not calm down for a long time. The biggest rival he saw in his life was Sword God Zhou's disciple. At this moment he was overjoyed. Huang Lianxin was the same. With Xiao Jinghong's talent, he would catch up to Zhou Yalong sooner or later. Together with Sword God Zhou, who was even more devilish. There was hope for her blood feud. Soon 2 dragon eagles flew over. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin knew about Sword God Zhou's dragon eagles, so they were not surprised. Zhou Xuanji and Northern Sword Valiant rode on a big, while little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin rode on small air. The group flew toward the valley where Zhou Xuanji and Huang Lianxin stayed. When they returned to the valley, it was already late at night. At the entrance of the valley, Zhou Xuanji asked Northern Sword Valiant to build a hut outside. Northern Sword Valiant had no objections. He turned around and prepared to cut down trees to build a hut. Huang Lianxin and little Jiang Shui were already familiar with each other. Under little Jiang Shui's request, Zhou Xuanji allowed her to enter the valley. Now, Zhou Xuanji had 2 more companions in his life. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 left the valley. Northern Sword Valiant was very efficient. He had already built a wooden hut that could shelter them from the wind and rain. When he heard footsteps, he woke up from his cultivation. "Let's begin. Today you will teach her sword techniques. I will watch from the side." Zhou Xuanji played with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his hand and said casually. Huang Lianxin stood behind him. Her expression was calm, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Little Jiang Shui sat on a rock not far away. Behind her were a big and small air. The 2 dragon eagles looked sleepy. They nodded their heads and looked like they would fall asleep anytime. Okay. Northern Sword Valiant nodded. He was a little excited too. He understood that Sword God Zhou was testing him. And so, Northern Sword Valiant taught Huang Lianxin sword techniques every day. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui internalized qi at the side and cultivated. With Zhou Xuanji by the side, Northern Sword Valiant did not dare to relax. What was worth mentioning was that Huang Lianxin's talent in the way of the sword was not bad. At least it was not too strenuous for Northern Sword Valiant to teach her. Every month, Zhou Xuanji would bring them out to exterminate bandits. Even little Jiang Shui and the 2 dragon eagles would participate in the battle to hone their battle skills. Zhou Xuanji's target was no longer the foundation-building bandit strongholds. He set his sights on the enlightening bandits. As they saved more and more people, their reputation grew. A year passed quickly. The name of Sword God Zhou had spread to all the kingdoms under the Great Zhou Empire. The dragon eagles roared across the sky. The sword god killed the bandits and Sword Valiant followed. Chapter 45. The dragon eagle roars across the sky. The sword god slays the bandits, and the sword king follows. I don't know which talented person said it. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji, who was wearing a silver mask, nodded and smiled satisfactorily. In front of him were dozens of captive cultivators. All of them were extremely excited, and some of them were kowtowing to him. Behind him, Northern Sword Valiant was fighting with the chief of the stronghold, while Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were fighting with the bandits. A big and small air were circling in the air. Their wingspans were 15 feet long, like the combat planes of modern civilization on Earth. Their screeching reverberated on the mountaintop, like the sound of death, urging the bandits to hurry up. A year had passed. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were no longer the same as before. They had rich battle experience. The two girls' cultivation had reached foundation building level 3. Little Jiang Shui, who was 14, had already begun to grow up. She was no longer the little girl from before. She was slim and graceful, with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Her skin was smooth and supple, and her face was even more exquisite than Huang Lianxin's. In another 2 to 3 years, she would surely be a beauty that could cause the downfall of kingdoms. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation broke through 3 levels and reached foundation building level 9. In a year, he grew a dozen centimeters taller, but he was still a head shorter than Little Jiang Shui, which made him feel defeated. The captives looked at the battle and cried out in surprise. That sword god Zhou's sword slave, Northern Sword Valiant? He's so powerful. Sword god Zhou did not even need to attack, and he could flatten this stronghold. The two girls are powerful too, especially the little girl. The grade of that magic fan is definitely not low. Too powerful. I really want to become Sword God Zhou's subordinate. You can compare to Northern Sword Valiant. Zhou Xuanji turned around to look at the battle. Hearing the discussions behind him, he smiled under the mask. Keep bragging, don't stop. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 10 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained silver, residual image sword, sword chi golden body incantation. The sword spirit's voice came suddenly, which brightened his eyes. Sword chi golden body incantation. He had already mastered the 3rd stage of the golden body art, allowing him to unleash spiritual energy from his pores to attack his enemies. His physical strength had also reached 30,000 kilograms. If the golden body incantation could be upgraded to sword chi golden body incantation, he would be even more powerful, and his cultivation would be much faster. He first pulled up the shadow sword's information. Sword name, residual image sword level silver, description, created from special materials. When swung quickly, it will create afterimages to confuse the enemy. Each afterimage has a certain amount of lethality. Not bad. At least the special ability didn't overlap with the other divine swords. Zhou Xuanji smiled in satisfaction. The battle was not over yet. He directly inherited the sword chi golden body incantation. Then, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. The sword energy golden body incantation was the upgraded version of the golden body incantation. There were a total of 5 levels. Sword chi birth, jade skin and golden bones, sword chi soar, diamond indestructible, and flesh god sword. The first 4 levels were similar to the golden body incantation, but Zhou Xuanji had to start from scratch. After organizing his memories, he pulled up his attribute list. Sword owner, Zhou Xuanji race, Great Zhou royal bloodline age, 10 cultivation, 9th stage foundation building realm cultivation method, sword chi golden body incantation sword art, white crane sword art, blazing flame sword art, 8-step sword steps, trisource vein severing sword, 100 miles flying sword supernatural power, none talent, 2 tasks at once swords, silver crimson dragon sword, bronze frost wave sword, silver bloodbath sword, bronze tiger roar sword, bronze wind cutter sword, iron swine culling sword, silver golden rock sword, silver heaven sound sword, gold hell king sword, silver residual image sword. It's quite magnificent. Zhou Xuanji thought proudly. He flipped his right hand, and the hell king sword appeared in his hand. He immediately used ranged sword propelling and tossed it out. The chief, who was fighting intensely with Northern Sword Valiant, heard an ear-piercing sound coming from behind him. He turned his head instinctively, but his chest was still pierced by the Hell King's sword. Blood splattered across the sky. Northern Sword Valiant's eyes sharpened. He took the opportunity to use his most powerful sword move. His sword chi swept across and beheaded his enemy in an instant. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand, and the Hell King's sword flew back into his hand. The captives behind him looked at him in awe. This is Sword God Zhou. He can end the battle with just one move. The captives ignored the fact that Zhou Xuanji launched a sneak attack. They only felt that he was so powerful. Every move he made was filled with an indescribable majesty. With the death of the chief, the remaining bandits fled in all directions in fear. They did not dare to fight anymore. After the battle ended, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin began to loot the stronghold without Zhou Xuanji's orders. Little Jiang Shui ran up to him with her hands on her waist and giggled. How was it? Did I become more powerful? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Yes, you are the most powerful. Little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes, but she was still very happy. Today she killed a dozen bandits by herself. Before this, she had to rely on the flaming fan to kill the enemies. Looking at her excited look, Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He remembered the first time little Jiang Shui killed an enemy. It was like slaughtering a pig, and she was the pig. Her reluctant look made him feel amused. While Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin cleaned up, Zhou Xuanji took out the residual image sword. The sword was black and shiny. The hilt and blade were the same color. There were no intricate carvings on it, but it emanated a powerful aura. Zhou Xuanji swung it around, and realized that the sword was very light, second only to the wind cutter sword. It was quite fitting. He flipped his right hand, and stored the residual image sword into the supreme storage. After a while, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin were done cleaning up. Zhou Xuanji took out the Crimson Dragon sword and leaped up. Little Jiang Shui jumped behind him, and the two of them flew away on their swords. The two dragon eagles let out a long cry and chased after them. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin took out their own swords and flew away. Huang Lianxin's sword was a level 2 enchanted artifact. Enchanted artifacts were ranked from level 1 to level 9. Each level was further divided into low, medium, high, and super grade. This sword belonged to one of the chiefs, and it was enough for her to use. Zhou Xuanji would not give away a legendary sword from the Supreme Legendary Sword system to others, even if it was iron grade. Looking at their departure, the rescued captives sighed in amazement. A sword god was indeed a sword god. Even when he left, he was still so elegant. Next, Zhou Xuanji did not continue to challenge the strongholds, but prepared to return home. After flying for half an hour, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped. A big and small heir, Northern Sword Valiant, and Huang Lianxin did the same. Following their gaze, he saw a black dragon circling the ground at the end of the horizon. The black dragon was hundreds of meters long. Its black scales shone coldly under the sunlight like a mountain range. Even though it was a few thousand meters away, it was still terrifying. Such a huge evil dragon, it has at least the cultivation of rank 4, or even rank 5. Northern Sword Valiant said solemnly. Rank 4 was equivalent to Inner Pellet, while rank 5 was equivalent to Soul Fountain. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did he not encounter this evil dragon when he came? Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You look so majestic now. An old and cold voice came from the direction of the black dragon. Zhou Xuanji heard it, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 46. Master, be careful. Beixia Wangjian reminded with a deep voice. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Only she knew Zhou Xuanji's real name. Beixia Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin only knew him as Sword God Zhou. She quickly glanced over and did not reveal any strange expression. Zhou Xuanji also pretended to be calm. He could not reveal his identity for now. Although he could kill inner pellet cultivators above his level, inner pellet cultivators were only considered above average in the Great Zhou dynasty. Once the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty found him, it would not be difficult to kill him. The four of them looked over and saw a figure landing on the head of the black dragon. It was an old man dressed in a loose black robe. His white hair was coiled under 2 silver hairpins, and his eyes were sunken. His gaze was cold and gloomy, and the corners of his mouth were curled up into an unruly smile. Little Jiang Shui asked softly, "What should we do? Go around it?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head. The other party evidently wanted to deal with him. So how could he go around them? Northern Sword Valiant's face was solemn as he said, "I'm afraid his cultivation is above the inner pellet realm." In other words, the other party was very likely an expert of the Spirit Spring stage. The Spirit Spring stage had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every one of them was like a demon. Not only was he powerful, but his mind was also incomparable to others. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Why don't we split up?" "No." She hugged Zhou Xuanji's waist tightly and said, "If we escape together. If we die together." From what he said, the black-robed old man's target was Zhou Xuanji, and they could escape. But how could she leave Zhou Xuanji alone? Zhou Xuanji turned around and their eyes met. Little Jiang Shui's eyes were so determined that he could not refuse. "Forget it," Huang Lianxin suddenly said. "This person is gravely injured." With this, Zhou Xuanji and the others' eyes lit up. Northern Sword Valiant already knew that she had the ability to see through bones and muscles. He murmured, "No wonder he didn't come straight at me." Huang Lianxin nodded and guessed. "The other party is calling for Prince Xuanji. There is no Prince Xuanji among us. He might be testing us." She and Beixiao Wangjian had never heard of Prince Xuanji. If it was the son of Zhao Xian, perhaps they would know. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself that it was indeed so. The black-robed old man did not come over for a long time. He just stood on the black dragon's head and looked at them. It was really strange. He immediately decided, "Let's fly in another direction." After saying that, the four of them changed their direction and left. The black-robed elder and the black flood dragon did not chase after them. They continued to watch them from afar. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief, but cursed in his heart. Damn it! So it was just a bluff. If he were to meet this bastard again in 10 years, he would definitely make him suffer the consequences. After the four left, about an incense stick's worth of time later, another group of cultivators passed by. "Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You're really impressive now." The black-robed old man suddenly shouted, scaring the group of cultivators so much that they trembled and almost fell off the magic artifact. When they turned around and saw the black flood dragon, they almost fainted. The group was like Zhou Xuanji and the others. They were terrified at first and did not dare to move. After sensing that something was wrong, they hurriedly ran away. From the beginning to the end, the black-robed old man still had an unruly smile on his face, as if he had the upper hand. It was almost dusk. The four of them returned to the valley. Northern Sword Valiant was still waiting outside. There were already 6 lofts in front of the valley entrance. Other than the 2 lofts used for living, the rest were used to store all kinds of materials and food. A big and small heir stayed outside the valley too, because the valley was too small for them. Huang Lianxin moved out half a year ago. Zhou Xuanji did not like having a woman following him. It made him uncomfortable, and he was always worried that Huang Lianxin would peek at him bathing. "Be careful. If there's any danger, let out a long whistle," Zhou Xuanji reminded. Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin nodded. Looking at him and little Jiang Shui entering the valley, Huang Lianxin walked to an empty space nearby and began to practice her sword techniques. Northern Sword Valiant returned to his own house and began internalizing qi. The trees in this forest were not too dense, but they could cover the sky. It was considered quite secluded. That night, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were very nervous and could not sleep. The night passed, and the black-robed old man did not chase after them. Only then did they feel at ease. The next day, the sun had just risen. On the swing, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui lay on the bench. Little Jiang Shui insisted on wrapping her arms around his neck, which made his entire body sore. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked softly, "Xuanji, are you a prince?" She had never asked about Zhou Xuanji's background before, because she was afraid that he would be sad. But yesterday's incident made her feel a little disappointed. If Zhou Xuanji was really a prince, would she be able to get close to him? Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Yes. My mother was killed by the Empress. If I expose my identity, the Empress will not forgive me. Don't tell anyone else." His identity as a prince made him hide for 8 years. 8 years. A whole 8 years. The palpitation he felt when he faced the black-robed old man yesterday made him furious. After another year, when he broke through to the enlightening stage, he would depart for the great Zhou Empire. "Which kingdom's prince are you from?" Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. There were many kingdoms under the great Zhou Empire. No matter which kingdom, his status was much higher than hers. Zhou Xuanji flipped his body and changed into a more comfortable position with his back facing her. "Great Zhou," he said. "Great Zhou? Is there a great Zhou Empire? Only the great Zhou Empire?" Little Jiang Shui was stunned and asked further. The next second her eyes opened wide. The great Zhou Empire. Zhou Xuanji was a prince of the great Zhou Empire? Wait, could it be? She heard from the Yellow Gust 17 fiends, and the others that 8 years ago, the great Zhou imperial concubine, Lady Zhao Xian, escaped from the palace with the little prince. Both mother and son died. Could Zhou Xuanji be that little prince? She quickly flipped him over and grabbed his face with both hands. "So you are a prince of Great Zhou. No wonder you are so devilish," she mumbled. "He killed people at the age of 2. And he even killed a demon at Inner Pellet. He became famous at the age of 9. How could an ordinary family give birth to such a devilish child?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "My little sister, shouldn't we be in a sad mood now?" Little Jiang Shui pulled him into her arms. She patted his head and comforted him. "Xuanji, don't cry. I will always be with you. It's okay even if we don't become princes." "Why am I crying?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He quickly pushed her away, got up and hid far away. "We're already 2 big kids. How can we hug and cuddle at the drop of a hat? What a scandal." Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had run away, little Jiang Shui did not give up. Instead, she chased after him. In an instant, the 2 of them played around in the valley again. Outside the valley, Beixiao Wangjian was cultivating in his house, while Huang Lianxin woke up early in the morning to practice her sword techniques in front of a big and small air. Morning was the best place to start a day. The spiritual qi in the morning was the cleanest and densest. Wata! At this moment, Huang Lianxin suddenly heard something falling from above the forest and landing on the grass behind her. She looked back, and her face was immediately filled with horror. It was a head. It was the old man in black robes that she met yesterday. His face was covered in blood, but he still maintained his arrogant and hideous smile. Chapter 47. Enemy! Huang Lianxin exclaimed, and a big and small air behind her quickly stood up. Northern Sword Valiant also rushed out and pulled out his own sword. He asked in a deep voice, "Where?" Huang Lianxin pointed at the head of the black-robed elder. Beixiao Wangjian was also shocked and looked around subconsciously, just in case an enemy suddenly appeared. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui walked out of the valley. When they saw the black-robed old man's head, they were all shocked. Especially Zhou Xuanji, who was the most nervous. Previously, the black-robed elder had been searching for him. Now he had been killed, and his head had been thrown in front of them. The meaning made his hair stand on end. To be able to kill an existence of the Spirit Spring stage, just how strong must one be? Everyone was vigilant of their surroundings, ready to fight at any time. "Prince Xuanji, it's been 8 years since we last met. You're really impressive now." Right at this moment, the black-robed old man's voice exploded out once more, frightening everyone to the point of hurriedly turning around. The black-robed old man's head was still in the grass, but his eyes were wide open as he looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others cautiously. Little Jiang Shui asked in fear. He's not dead yet? Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the wind-cutter sword pierced through the black-robed old man's forehead. Blood splattered across the grass. Northern Valiant's sword was even more ruthless. He immediately unleashed his sword chi and exploded his opponent's head. Red and white matter splattered out, looking extremely disgusting. Huang Lianxin said softly to Zhou Xuanji, "Master, should we leave this place?" The black-robed old man's head was so strange that it gave her goosebumps. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, pack up and prepare to leave." He immediately returned to the valley and brought the three-eyed drought rodent with him. The other treasures were all in his supreme storage, so he packed them up quickly. On the other hand, little Jiang Shui kept the clothes that were hanging on the clothes rack. After a while, everyone was ready. Little Jiang Shui looked back at the entrance of the valley and murmured, "Goodbye, our home." Zhou Xuanji pulled her and said, "Don't think too much, let's go." Little Jiang Shui nodded. Wherever Zhou Xuanji was, that was her home, so she was not too sad. The group quickly left. They didn't fly out of the forest, but sneaked along it. A big and small air were too big, so they had to be careful. Northern Sword Valiant walked in front, while Zhou Xuanji, Little Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin were in the middle. The three-eyed drought rodent shivered in Zhou Xuanji's arms and looked terrified. Sensing its uneasiness, Zhou Xuanji became even more anxious. The three-eyed drought rodent must have sensed danger, which was why it was behaving like this. After leaving the forest, they were still not attacked. Zhou Xuanji and Little Jiang Shui rode on a big, while Huang Lianxin rode on small air. Northern Sword Valiant flew on his own sword. They traveled at full speed and flew to the horizon. The world was boundless, and the mountains and rivers were connected. As far as the eye could see, it made one feel relaxed and happy. Little Jiang Shui was confused. Where should she go next? Huang Lianxin had no one to rely on. She had already decided to follow Zhou Xuanji, so she did not think about this problem. Northern Valiant's sword had been with the sword all his life. He was not related to anyone, but he shared the same thoughts as her. Zhou Xuanji looked back and said, "Let's return to Green River Village first." After accompanying Little Jiang Shui home for a visit, he prepared to leave for the Great Zhou dynasty. In 2 years, Great Zhou's heaven selection would begin. With the title of Sword God Zhou, it should not be difficult for him to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. If there was, then he should do more shocking things. The Great Zhou Empire would only welcome those who were famous and powerful. The group had no objections, and immediately flew along the border of the Southern Snow Kingdom. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was thinking about the black-robed old man. Where did that guy come from? And who killed him? And where was that black dragon? Zhou Xuanji felt a headache coming on. He always felt that he had fallen into someone's trap. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, a big and small air were exhausted. Northern Sword Valiant also could not take it anymore, so they stopped by the river. Nearby was a stretch of rolling hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. A pack of gray wolves was staring at them from the top of a hill, but the 2 dragon eagles were too powerful. Their demonic chi permeated the air, and the wolves did not dare to come close. Northern Sword Valiant was cleaning his beloved sword by the river, while Huang Lianxin and Little Jiang Shui were looking after the 2 dragon eagles. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and rubbed his chin. He was still thinking about the black-robed old man. If he did not figure it out, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, the three-eyed drought rodent suddenly ran out from his clothes and quickly ran to the river. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and scolded, "Be careful that you don't drown, you little turtle." Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin heard him and could not help but chuckle. Even Northern Sword Valiant couldn't help but smile. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. The three-eyed drought rodent ignored him and dipped its head into the river. Its little butt was sticking out, which made Zhou Xuanji want to poke it with his finger. Poke it into the river and teach it a lesson. Zhou Xuanji thought evilly. No matter how long this little thing lived, it was still like a kitten, and its demonic energy did not improve much. Without them, Zhou Xuanji felt that it could not live for more than 3 days. The three-eyed drought rodent turned around suddenly and ran toward him with a small black snake in its mouth. The small black snake was only as thick as his finger. There were two slightly protruding keratin objects on its head. Seeing it, Zhou Xuanji thought of the black dragon that was hundreds of meters long. If it was not an enemy, Zhou Xuanji really felt that the black dragon was mighty. If it was a mount, it would not be inferior to the dragon eagle. The three-eyed drought rodent placed the small black snake in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Let go of me, smelly rat. If not for my severe injuries, I would have swallowed you whole and defecated until you became a speck of dung." The small black snake suddenly spoke human language and scolded. Because of its small size, its voice was very soft. But Zhou Xuanji and the other three heard it clearly. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and said in astonishment, "It can speak." Northern Sword Valiant stood up immediately and said, "This little thing must be a 5th-ranked demon. I heard that some demons have the gift of nirvana rebirth. When their lives are in danger, they will return to their infant state, but their souls will still maintain the height of 5th rank." Zhou Xuanji stood up and asked in astonishment, "Why is it 5th rank?" Northern Sword Valiant said, "If it was at a higher stage, we would already be dead." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Is it in danger now?" Northern Sword Valiant shook his head and said, "Although its soul is powerful, its body is still young. Let me stomp it to death." The small black snake heard him and became furious. It opened its mouth and roared at the top of its lungs, "I am the hegemon-scaled black dragon. If you dare to stomp me to death, I will eat you 1,000,000 times in my next life. I will definitely." Smack! Zhou Xuanji stepped on its body and covered its small body with his boots. He even twisted his right leg, wanting to stomp the hegemon-scaled black dragon to death. He turned his head and asked, "Do you guys think that this thing is the black dragon from that day?" Huang Lianqin muttered, "It's possible. If it really is, stomp it to death just like that? Isn't this young master a little too easygoing?" Zhou Xuanji lifted his leg and looked down. The small black snake was already flattened. Its skin and flesh were torn, and its tongue fell out of its mouth. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Chapter 48. Seeing the miserable state of the hegemon-scaled black dragon, little Jiang Shui widened her eyes and asked, "Did you just stomp it to death?" This was a 5th-tier great demon. It was an existence that could destroy cities and countries. She had a surreal feeling. Not only her, but Huang Lianqin also felt the same. Only Beixiao Wangjian heaved a sigh of relief. He was in awe of Sword God Zhou indeed. He acted decisively and was not afraid of threats. The three-eyed drought rodent moved closer to the little black snake and sniffed it. Then, it bit the little black snake's head and prepared to eat it. Zhou Xuanji kicked it away and squatted down. He stared at the little black snake and hesitated. He could feel that this guy wasn't completely dead yet. Should he kill or not? Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Northern Sword Valiant, "How long does a nirvana rebirth demon usually need to recover to its peak?" He wanted to ask the little black snake about the black-robed old man. Without a clear understanding of this matter, he was truly suffocating. Northern Sword Valiant muttered, "It will take at least a few decades. After all, cultivation needs to be cultivated." His heart skipped a beat. He had just praised Sword God Zhou, and Sword God Zhou was moved? Zhou Xuanji immediately took out a thin rope and called the three-eyed drought rodent over. He tied the little black snake's tail to the three-eyed drought rodent's leg. Then, he used his spiritual energy to help the little black snake breathe. After a while, the little black snake opened its eyes slowly. The pain all over its body tormented it. It looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Ai! Bah!" Zhou Xuanji spat at it. For its size, it was like pouring a bucket of water on its head. The little black snake was so angry that it almost fainted from the indescribable disgust. "This old man is... Bah! You! How dare you humiliate me like this? Bah! Ah! Bah!" The little black snake fell into a pool of saliva, not daring to move. It was in complete despair. At this moment, it wished that it was already dead. Little Jiang Shui walked over and patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. "Can you not be so disgusting?" Zhou Xuanji grinned and said, "If I don't teach it a lesson, it will really think that it's the king." Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin walked over as well. Seeing how Zhou Xuanji humiliated the little black snake, they did not know what to say. Why did you suddenly want to spare its life? Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji's kick just now was really vicious, but the little black snake was lucky enough to survive. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Of course we want to ask about what happened that day. You don't want us to be followed by a mysterious enemy, right?" The three of them nodded. Thinking back to the black-robed old man's head that day, they couldn't help but shiver. After that, Zhou Xuanji threw the little black snake into the river. Its tail was connected to the three-eyed drought rodent's leg, so as long as the rodent was not thrown into the river, it would not sink. After resting for 2 days, the group continued their journey. The little black snake's injuries recovered gradually, but it did not speak about the black-robed old man. Zhou Xuanji decided to starve it for a while. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Green River Village. Green River Village was still isolated from the rest of the world. The villagers lived and worked in peace. The villagers were very enthusiastic about Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui's return. They still remembered them. Back then, after Shenhua's death, the Fang clan did not come to investigate. The villagers did not spread the news either, which showed that Shenhua was really just a nobody. When little Jiang Shui found out that her grandma never came back after she left, she could not help but feel disappointed. Zhou Xuanji decided to stay in Green River Village for another year. A year later, he would head to the Great Zhou Empire. No one had any objections. For the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji began to teach Northern Sword Valiant the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword. The Trisource Vein-Severing Sword did not only belong to Xiao Jinghong, but it was not presumptuous of him to teach it to others. Northern Sword Valiant was pleasantly surprised. He knew how powerful the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword was. That day, Northern Sword Valiant and Huang Lianxin built 3 wooden houses, one for each of them, and one for little Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji. On the 3rd day after they moved into Green River Village, the little black snake could not take it anymore. It laid on the ground and said weakly, "I admit defeat. Give me something to eat. I will tell you about Li Qimei." Zhou Xuanji smiled. He took out a small piece of jerky and placed it next to its mouth. Then, he poured a cup of water. The little black snake began to eat with difficulty. After half an hour, it finally finished eating. During this period, the three-eyed drought rodent kept disturbing it. If not for its lack of energy, it would have scolded the stinky rodent to death. "Tell me honestly, including where you came from." Zhou Xuanji lay on little Jiang Shui's thighs and said lazily, enjoying her shoulder massage. The little black snake raised its head and said, "My name is Hegemon-Scaled Black Dragon. I've been through life and death with Li Qimei. Back then, we traveled to all corners of Great Zhou, to Great Shang, to 7 mountains. How carefree and happy we were. Get to the point." Zhou Xuanji said impatiently. The little black snake quickly changed the topic and said, 8 years ago, Lady Zhao Xian of Great Zhou defected. Li Qimei received a mission from the Empress of Great Zhou to capture Zhao Xian's son alive. The search lasted for 8 years. However, before we could find Zhao Xian's son, we were cursed by the depths of Gulan Forest. Li Qimei went berserk and became crazy ever since. Not long ago, Li Qimei had his eyes on you and followed you all the way. In the end, he encountered Xiao Jinghong. If he was not crazy, how could Xiao Jinghong kill him? At this point, the little black snake became angry. Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and so was little Jiang Shui. Xiao Jinghong? Could it be that the sword noble had been protecting them in secret? Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Good disciple. It was great to be in another world, unlike on Earth, where becoming a disciple was like playing house. Here, a teacher for a day was a father for life. Although Xiao Jinghong learned sword techniques from many people, only one person truly became his disciple, and that person was Zhou Xuanji. Disciple? The little black snake was stunned and did not understand. So Li Qimei's death and your severe injuries were all caused by Xiao Jinghong? Zhou Xuanji asked. As he spoke, he pointed to his waist and signaled little Jiang Shui to massage it. That's right, the little black snake said indignantly. He wanted to fight Xiao Jinghong to the death. That's enough. From now on, you will be my pet. Is that okay? Zhou Xuanji said lazily. How could he let go of a fifth-ranked demon? When the little black snake recovered to its peak, Zhou Xuanji would surely be able to fight it. The little black snake flicked its forked tongue and asked, "What if I can't?" Zhou Xuanji said, "Have you eaten deep-fried snake jerky before?" The little black snake shuddered and cursed in his heart. This kid is so evil. He must have been possessed by an evil demon. To survive, the little black snake could only yield. And now, Zhou Xuanji's party had another fifth-ranked demon. He still tied the little black snake and the three-eyed drought rodent together to prevent it from escaping. The days that followed were peaceful again. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 10. After passing the age of 10, his bone base matured, and his cultivation speed increased tremendously. It was the same for little Jiang Shui. 10 to 20 years old was the golden age for cultivation. It was an important period for building one's foundation. Another 4 months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to the enlightening stage. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached the enlightening stage. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained gold. Chapter 49. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained gold thunderclap sword, 10,000 sword dragon incantation, and 3,000 pieces of third-grade spirit stones. In the morning, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating by the river, opened his eyes. He had just successfully broken through, and his spiritual power had not completely stabilized yet. When he heard that he had obtained another gold-ranked god sword, he felt even more elated. Information about the Thunderclap sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Thunderclap sword level, gold description: a godly sword born from thunder and lightning. It contains the power of heavenly thunder. Its destructive power is at the top of the gold level. Power of heavenly thunder? It sounded very domineering. Zhou Xuanji blinked. It was said that one would encounter a lightning tribulation when breaking through to the inner pellet stage. As one advanced, the lightning tribulation would become more and more powerful. With the Thunderclap sword, could he avoid the calamity? After the Thunderclap sword absorbs the heavenly lightning, it will gradually become stronger, and may even level up. The sword spirit replied, and Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. It can be upgraded. This setting was amazing. He immediately took out the Thunderclap sword. The size of this sword was comparable to the Hell King sword, and it was even wider. It was black and silver in color, and the blade was engraved with many lightning vein patterns. The hilt of the sword was exquisite, and the tip of the sword was like a crescent moon. Mighty, domineering. At first sight of the Thunderclap sword, Zhou Xuanji was in awe. In terms of appearance, the Thunderclap sword was very handsome. Compared to the Hell King sword, it didn't lose out in the slightest. A gold-ranked godly sword was indeed a gold-ranked godly sword. Zhou Xuanji smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Maybe it was just a psychological effect. He displayed the white crane sword technique to his heart's content. Then he used the fiery sword technique, but what he slashed out was not flames but lightning. This was a pleasant surprise to him. Then he started to inherit the 10,000 sword dragon incantation. A large amount of memories, even more than when he was inheriting the cultivation technique in sword art, surged into his mind. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What a great 10,000 sword dragon incantation!" The 10,000 sword dragon incantation was a powerful sword technique that could control 10,000 swords. The first level dual sword style. The second level 10 sword style. The third level 100 sword style. The fourth level 1,000 sword style. The fifth level myriad sword style. Each of the swords would emit sword chi into a dragon, and they were extremely powerful. This sword technique could also be used simultaneously with other sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji now had 11 swords. The Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Swineculling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, and Thunderclap Sword. He first used the Crimson Dragon Sword and the Thunderclap sword to execute the dual sword style. The basic sword moves of the dual sword style were very tricky and had high requirements on the body's flexibility. Ordinary people would not be able to execute such sword moves. By the time he finished practicing for the 50th time, 2 hours had passed. After 50 times, the dual sword style had reached the initial realm, and his execution speed had greatly increased. After another hour, he had practiced for the 100th time. He had mastered the dual sword style, and thoroughly mastered it. The two swords slashed at the surface of the river, and 2 streams of sword chi transformed into the shape of a dragon. The sound of a dragon's roar caused the surface of the river to ripple. Handsome, taking advantage of his victory, he began to practice the 10 sword style. Other than the swine-culling sword, he summoned all the other divine swords, and used his mental energy to float around him. The 10,000 sword dragon incantation relied on magic power to maintain control over these divine swords. When he first switched his magic power, the 10 legendary swords fell to the ground immediately. Before he started practicing the sword moves, he had to overcome this difficulty first. He did not utter a word and continued to work hard. Northern Sword Valiant wanted to ask Zhou Xuanji about the dual sword technique, but he saw that Zhou Xuanji was practicing the sword, so he stopped. He rarely saw Zhou Xuanji practicing the sword, but he only saw Zhou Xuanji internalizing qi. Sometimes he muttered to himself. Sword cultivators spent most of their time on the sword, but Zhou Xuanji rarely practiced the sword and looked very relaxed. Now that he saw it, he was suddenly enlightened. His master was practicing the sword in secret. He was prepared to leave, but when he saw Zhou Xuanji take out the 10 legendary swords, his body trembled. It was as though he was immobilized and could not move at all. Zhou Xuanji noticed Northern Sword Valiant's arrival, but he did not chase him away. Instead, he continued to practice. He tried again and again. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he finally mastered controlling the 10 legendary swords with magic power. He began to practice the 10 sword style. The Crimson Dragon sword in his right hand, and the Thunderclap sword in his left hand, while the other legendary swords floated around him. He practiced the sword moves carefully and slowly. Northern Sword Valiant was confused. Shortly after, he thought of something and opened his eyes wide. Practicing sword moves with 10 swords? How could it be? He had never heard of it before. The sword monarch of Great Zhou could use 7 swords at once, but the way of attack was very simple, and the direction was almost the same. But Zhou Xuanji's 10 swords moved in different directions. After practicing the first round of the 10 sword style, Zhou Xuanji spent half an hour. During the second round, he sped up abruptly. Northern Sword Valiant opened his eyes wide, as though he had seen a ghost. Is this speed of improvement an act? Northern Sword Valiant questioned in his heart. The second round took half of the time. The third round took half of the time again. The fourth round, the fifth round. The more Northern Sword Valiant watched, the more he wanted to kneel down to Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was fully focused. In his eyes, there were only 10 legendary swords. The three-eyed drought rodent suddenly ran over to find Zhou Xuanji. The little black snake, who was tied to it, stumbled along the way and almost fainted. The three-eyed drought rodent stood beside Northern Sword Valiant and watched quietly. Its eyes were bright, and it seemed to be curious. If I have the day to rise again, I will slaughter all the scoundrels in the world. The dizzy little black snake cursed in a low voice, powerless and weak. After it sobered up, it noticed that something was wrong. Why was this scoundrel not moving? It turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji practicing sword techniques by the river. 10 swords. Seeking death. It said with disdain. This brat wanted to go berserk? Sure. It better be so. The more it thought about it, the more excited it got. So it kept looking at Zhou Xuanji. Time passed quickly. Noon passed. Dusk came. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin came to find Zhou Xuanji to inform him to eat. In the end, when they saw Zhou Xuanji's strange sword technique, they also looked at Zhou Xuanji in curiosity. So far, Zhou Xuanji had already practiced 98 times. Swoosh, 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 the 10 legendary swords demonstrated their sharpness. Zhou Xuanji's twin swords were like the wind, and the 8 legendary swords beside him seemed to have souls. They danced with him, and stirred up a strong gale that caused the river's surface to churn. Northern Sword Valiant was covered in cold sweat as he watched. He thought about it. If he faced Zhou Xuanji's 10-sword style without using his sword will, the chance of winning was very low. Zhou Xuanji did not use his full power either, or else he would attract the attention of the entire village if he made too much noise. After Zhou Xuanji practiced it 100 times, he achieved great accomplishment in the 10-sword style. After he achieved great accomplishment, he focused his eyes and forced out his sword chi. The 10 legendary swords hummed and shot out 10 dragon-shaped sword chi in all directions. Roar! The roars of the dragons converged like thunder. The swords shone brightly on both sides of the river. Northern Sword Valiant, Little Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin were all tongue-tied. The little black snake opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "I went berserk. I went berserk." The sword chi dissipated, and Zhou Xuanji stored his swords. The 8 legendary swords disappeared into thin air. He flipped his hands and held the legendary swords in a reverse grip, and walked toward Little Jiang Shui. Little Jiang Shui ran up to him excitedly and asked, "What sword technique is this? It's so powerful. Can you teach me?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said in high spirits, "Of course. My sword is your sword." Chapter 50. My sword is your sword. Little Jiang Shui was in a good mood as she listened. She could not hide the smile on her face. She liked Zhou Xuanji's indiscriminate attitude. She shook her head and giggled. "Forget it. I can't even master 1 sword, let alone 10? I'm afraid I will go crazy." At this moment, Northern Sword Valiant walked over. Thump! He knelt down straight away, and his knees smashed 3 pebbles into the air. He held back his excitement and said, "Master, can you teach me such a powerful sword technique?" When he knew that Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he was still doubtful, and thought that Zhou Xuanji was bragging. Now he firmly believed it. Compared to his master sword god Zhou, Xiao Jinghong was not even a little brother. This was the true grandmaster of the sword's way. He could master such a powerful sword technique just by practicing blindly. That's right. Northern Sword Valiant thought that the 10,000 sword dragon incantation was Zhou Xuanji's self-created sword technique, because he had never seen it before. Nor did he see Zhou Xuanji interact with anyone recently. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "There are thousands of swords ways in the world. The one that belongs to you is the best. You are walking on the path of the Overlord sword, which is indomitable. 1 sword is not inferior to 2 or 3 swords. Of course it's definitely inferior to my 10 swords. Northern Sword Valiant heard him, and his body trembled as he came to a realization. He had been pursuing Zhou Xuanji's dual sword wills, but it was difficult for him to even use dual sword techniques. Only after he heard it today did he understand. A single sword is my path. Zhou Xuanji suddenly took out the swine-culling sword and said, "Watch closely." He swung his right hand and activated the ranged sword propelling. The swine-culling sword flew to the forest in front of him and cut down the trees. It swept across hundreds of meters and penetrated a small mountain. Even though it was dusk, everyone could see the small mountain split open, and the swine-culling sword soared into the sky. So fast. Northern Sword Valiant's heart raced. It was not his first time seeing the ranged sword propelling. Previously, he thought that Zhou Xuanji's strength was too great, but now that he looked at it from such a close distance, he realized that it was a sword technique. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand, and the swine-culling sword flew back to him. "Ranged sword propelling," he said. "At great accomplishment, you can kill enemies from 100 miles away in an instant." Northern Sword Valiant was envious and asked, "Master, can I learn it?" Northern Sword Valiant was not weak. If Zhou Xuanji wanted to rope him in, he had to give him some benefits. Zhou Xuanji thought about it, and decided that ranged sword propelling was the most suitable for him. There was no future for him to learn dual sword intents. With such talent, it was hard for him to defeat the will of the heavens. Zhou Xuanji said, You are loyal to me. You completed all the missions I gave you with flying colors. Since you cannot cultivate dual sword wills, then cultivate the ranged sword propelling. I have countless sword techniques, and there will be more powerful ones that are more suitable for you in the future. Work hard. Beixiao Wangjian heard him and kowtowed to Zhou Xuanji in excitement. Huang Lianxin also looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. Zhou Xuanji raised his head and said, "If you become my sword slave, you will be below me sooner or later." Second only to one person. He was the strongest. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin's blood boiled as they listened. They saw that Zhou Xuanji mastered the 10 swords mode, and they had no doubt about it. "All right, it's time for dinner." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and brought everyone back to the village. The little black snake was still in a daze, but the three-eyed drought rodent suddenly moved and dragged it along. It almost fell to its death. That night, the villagers thought that there was danger nearby. After all, the swine-culling sword created quite a commotion when it broke the mountain. They went to investigate, but found nothing. Zhou Xuanji was still waiting. He wanted to leave for the Great Zhou Empire after he turned 11. But to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection, he had to do something earth-shattering. For half a year, he did not do anything, and his reputation declined. Only when he became more famous would there be more factions to rope him in and recommend him to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. He summoned Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin and asked them about it. Something that can increase one's reputation? Huang Lianxin was in deep thought. Beixiao Wangjian said, "I know one thing. It's in a city at the border of the Great Zhou Empire. The Sword Monarch's eldest disciple, Xie Wuyo, organizes a sword conference once every 5 years. The winner can visit the sword library for 3 days, and at the same time, have the opportunity to become a disciple of the Sword Monarch." The sword library contained countless sword manuals and sword techniques. It was the sacred ground of Great Zhou's Swords Way. Only the Sword Monarch's disciple had the opportunity to enter the library. The Sword Monarch's position in Great Zhou was very important. He did not have an official position, but he received orders from the Great Zhou Empire. He was the overlord of the Great Zhou Empire's cultivation world. He could protect the Great Zhou Empire in times of crisis, while he was supported by the Great Zhou Empire. Both of them could not live without each other. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "When will the sword conference begin? How long will it take?" Beixiao Wangjian replied, "Half a year later. It will take 4 months to depart from here." Zhou Xuanji said, "If so, we will depart in a month." Beixiao Wangjian had no objections. He was also very interested in the sword conference. He had participated in it before, but it was a pity that he did not emerge as the final winner. Zhou Xuanji returned to his house and told little Jiang Shui about it. "If you still want to wait for your grandma, stay here. A big and small heir will stay to protect you." Zhou Xuanji asked for her opinion. He could not force her to follow him. This girl was almost 15. According to tradition, she would be married in another year. Little Jiang Shui heard him and pinched his ear. She snorted, "Of course I will go with you. My grandma will not come back. Without me, who will take care of you?" Zhou Xuanji felt warm in his heart. He pretended to be in pain and said, "Let go, my ear is going to fall off." "I won't." "Do you still dare to say such things in the future?" I won't. "Humph, don't even think about getting rid of me." "Okay, let's make a deal. We will not be separated from each other in the future." Zhou Xuanji took advantage of the situation and said. Little Jiang Shui had the same intention. She stuck out her pinky and said, "We will use your method. Pinky swear is not allowed. Oh, and one more thing. You are not allowed to marry so many wives and concubines." Now that she had Huang Lianxin by her side, she could ask Huang Lianxin many questions she did not understand. She was no longer the ignorant girl from before. Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said, "Why?" He laughed in his heart. This little girl had grown up and had more and more ideas. She even set traps for him in advance. Little Jiang Shui twisted her right hand and stared at him with her bright eyes, saying, "There is no why. Do you agree or not?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said with a wronged expression, "If you do this, aren't you afraid that I will not be able to find a wife in the future? It's best if you can't find one." Little Jiang Shui said excitedly. As she spoke, she let go of Zhou Xuanji's ear. She crossed her arms and looked proud. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt pain in his liver. How could a man not have a wife? Little Jiang Shui pouted and said, "At most, I will be your wife." Zhou Xuanji pretended to be frightened and quickly stepped back. He said, "Great, you have such evil intentions." Little Jiang Shui was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She picked up a pillow and chased after him to hit him. The two of them were innocent and depended on each other. This love was destined. Chapter 51. Half a month later, they bid farewell to the villagers of Qinghe village and left. Initially, Zhou Xuanji wanted to wait for a month to give little Jiang Shui some time. But she had already given up and did not want to hold him back. The group traveled through the wilderness, their destination the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji did not want to bring a big and small heir, but after some consideration, he decided to bring them. The two dragon eagles were rare beasts that could easily attract the attention of other cultivators. It was too dangerous to let them stay in the Gulan forest. Northern Sword Valiant suggested to buy a beast-taming bag. There was a space in it that could be used to hide demonic beasts. As long as one put in spiritual stones and food, the demonic beasts would not die in it. However, beast-taming pouches were extremely expensive, and ordinary dynasties simply couldn't buy them. They were controlled by the great families and the imperial court. Zhou Xuanji was overflowing with wealth. It was not a problem for him to buy a beast management bag from the empire. On the mountainous region, the team trekked over mountains and rivers. As Zhou Xuanji walked, he patted a big and sighed in amazement. The little cub from back then has grown so big. Looks like I raised it well. Little Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, "I'm the one feeding them, okay?" Zhou Xuanji stared at her. Had this girl entered her rebellious phase? Why did they have to undermine him for everything? Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin laughed. Huang Lianxin smiled and said, "It's said that if the dragon eagle lives for 1,000 years, it can become the overlord of the demon race. I wonder if it's true." "Nonsense. I've lived for 1,000 years, and I've never seen a truly powerful dragon eagle. That's just a legend." The little black snake was being dragged by the three-eyed drought rodent, as it said weakly. As it was dragged along by the three-eyed drought rodent, its skin and flesh were often lacerated, and its entire body was covered in wounds. However, it was worth mentioning that its snake body was getting stronger and stronger under such torture. It had the effect of tempering its body. Zhou Xuanji said, "I will definitely nurture them into overlords of the demon race." The two dragon eagles heard Zhou Xuanji and immediately let out a long cry. They seemed to be very happy and circled around Zhou Xuanji. As they flapped their wings, they created a powerful gale that almost blew the three-eyed drought rodent and the little black snake away. Now they were 3 stories tall and were already huge monsters. "Are you trying to kill me?" The little black snake shouted in exasperation, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Unknowingly, the hegemon-scaled black flood dragon had become their source of happiness. Strangely enough, its size did not increase, as if it would never grow. Every time this was mentioned, the little black snake seemed to have been poked at its sore spot and roared, "How can you mortals guess the innate talent of this old man's race?" When it acted so pretentiously, Zhou Xuanji kicked it in return. Everyone walked slowly. During the day, it was as if they were sightseeing, and at night they stopped to cultivate. If they encountered a demonic beast, Zhou Xian would have the chance to teach her how to fight, so that she could gain battle experience. Huang Lianxin was the same. While Northern Valiant Sword was obsessed with the ranged sword propelling technique, unable to extricate himself. Even though he was walking, he was still practicing his swordsmanship, traversing mountains and ridges, crossing rivers and plains. They walked through the woods with dancing autumn leaves and climbed over the snowy mountains. More than 2 months passed by quickly. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 11 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations! The sword owner has obtained silver formless sword, golden thistle inner armor, mysterious sea purple pill. Zhou Xuanji, who was on his way, heard the sword spirit's voice. He was already 11 years old. He sighed inexplicably. Time really made him grow old. After that, he looked at the formless sword's information delightfully. Sword name. Formless sword grade, silver description. A formless sword that can only be seen by the sword owner. It has no weight, and is extremely destructive. Formless sword. He immediately took out the formless sword. The sword was long and thin, similar to the wind cutter sword, but lighter, as though he was holding air. He immediately used the white crane sword technique to familiarize himself with the formless sword. Little Jiang Shui, Northern Valiant Sword, and Huang Lianxin were stunned. What is he doing? In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji's right hand was holding a sword, but there was nothing in his hand. It was really strange. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, and Northern Valiant Sword's pupils contracted suddenly. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin's cultivation was too low, so they could not see clearly, but he could. Sword chi. He could slash out sword chi without a sword. He had heard of a sword technique that used fingers as swords, but Zhou Xuanji's movement was obviously not using fingers as swords. Could it be a brand new sword technique? He could not help but think of 3 months ago, when Zhou Xuanji created the 10 swords mode. His master must have come up with it on a whim. After practicing the white crane sword technique, Zhou Xuanji felt good. The formless sword was weightless, but it was even sharper. It could kill without a trace. Shortly after, he sheathed his sword and walked forward, while taking out the gold-locking thorn inner armor. The gold-locking thorn inner armor was a tight-fitting golden inner armor with exquisite details. It did not feel too heavy when he held it in his hand. This armor's defense is not bad. It can withstand attacks from enlightening stage cultivators. The sword spirit introduced it timely, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. He immediately walked to little Jiang Shui's side and said, "This armor is for you, as a birthday present." Little Jiang Shui did not know her exact birthday since she was young, so Zhou Xuanji decided to let her have the same birthday as him. In the past on this day, little Jiang Shui would prepare a sumptuous dinner for him, and give him a set of clothes that she had already knitted. Little Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "This armor looks extraordinary. You should wear it." Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "This armor can defend against attacks from enlightening stage cultivators. Within the enlightening stage no one can hurt me." It was not that he was arrogant, but now that he had broken through to the enlightening realm, and had so many divine swords and sword techniques, if he could not become invincible among those in the same realm, he could just kill himself with a piece of tofu. He forcefully handed it over to little Jiang Shui, then walked forward and focused on the mysterious sea purple core. The profound sea purple pill is a type of spirit chi pill. If consumed, it will help the sword master to cultivate the jade skin and golden bones of the sword chi golden body spell, and the sword chi soaring sword. After hearing the sword spirit's introduction, Zhou Xuanji was delighted. Every time his sword chi golden body incantation broke through a level, his physical strength would skyrocket. Right now, his strength had already reached 60,000 pounds, and was extremely powerful. However, he usually used his sword and had never used it before. On the other side, Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. An inner armor that could withstand attacks from an enlightening realm cultivator? How many treasures did Master hide? They were instantly envious, and secretly looked forward to doing more things for their master in the future, so that they could receive more rewards. Whoosh! At this moment, the neighing of a fierce horse came from the east. The group turned around, and saw a valiant man dressed in black armor riding toward them. Beneath him was a tall and mighty red horse. Its hooves were surrounded by flames, and there was a horn on its head. It was extremely fast, covering 20 to 30 meters with each step. In 3 breaths, it had crossed 1,000 meters. Beixiao Wangjian's expression changed. He quickly blocked in front of the man and shouted, "Stop!" The valiant man galloped his horse over, and only stopped when he was less than 10 meters away from Zhou Xuanji and the others. "I am the great Zhou Empire's cavalry general Meng Tianlang. I have my eyes on these 2 dragon eagles. If you want to gift them to me, state your conditions." The valiant man waved his hand domineeringly, and said in a tone that allowed no refusal, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Meng Tianlang? The Meng Tianlang, who had a duel at the border with Xiao Jinghong? The youngest cavalry general of the Great Zhou Empire. This was troublesome. He had his eyes on him. However, for such a powerful person to come on a horse was beneath his status. No wonder he had his eyes on my dragon eagles. Chapter 52. Great Zhou Dynasty's Meng Tianlang? Northern Valiant Sword's expression changed drastically, so did Huang Lianxin. They felt as though they were facing a catastrophe. Meng Tianlang, second on the Great Zhou's hero ranking board. His strength was on par with Xiao Jinghong. It could even be said that he was even more powerful. After all, Xiao Jinghong was alone, while Meng Tianlang controlled an entire Great Zhou cavalry. The reason why he was ranked higher than Xiao Jinghong was because of his identity. Meng Tianlang sized up a big and small air and praised. They are well raised. They have a murderous aura and are very suitable for the battlefield. He completely ignored Zhou Xuanji and the others. In the past, in the Great Zhou dynasty, as long as he announced his name, who would dare to refuse him? Zhou Xuanji said. Great Zhou's cavalry general, second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. You want to snatch a mount from a kid like me? Having heard this, Meng Tianlang looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, These 2 dragon eagles belong to you? Huh. This brat was actually at the first level of the enlightening realm? He immediately became curious and asked, Little kid, what's your name? Which sect are you from? Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and said, It doesn't matter who I am, but General Meng's status is so noble. The dragon eagle is nothing to you. If you met an adult, it would be fine. If you snatch it, so be it. But I'm only 11 years old. Are you sure you want to snatch it? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? He had heard some of Meng Tianlang's deeds in the southern Snow Kingdom. This person was not a treacherous person, but he was not a righteous and kind person either. An existence like Meng Tianlang cared about nothing more than fame. Hearing this, Meng Tianlang rubbed the bridge of his nose, his face a little hot. Since Xiao Jinghong viewed him as an opponent, his character was definitely not too bad. It must be known that Xiao Jinghong's pride ran deep into his bones, and he hated crafty, rude, and unreasonable people the most. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, Kid, tell me, what will it take for you to give them to me? How about I offer 10,000 pieces of third-grade spirit stones? Huang Lianxin's expression changed slightly, frightened by Meng Tianlang's extravagance. Northern Sword Valiant's face was still gloomy, as he secretly scolded Meng Tianlang for lying to a kid. This price was not worthy of the dragon eagle. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, No, I won't give them to you. They were given to me by my parents before they died. Meng Tianlang's countenance changed, thinking that this was troublesome. Bullying a child was not martial arts. It was immoral to snatch the belongings of others' parents. However, it was not easy for him to encounter a dragon eagle. He was really envious and wanted to bring the dragon eagle into the Great Zhou army camp. He rolled his eyes and asked with a chuckle, Child, do you want to join the Great Zhou army? As long as Zhou Xuanji joined the army, the dragon eagles would naturally belong to his army. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately had an idea. He asked, If I join the army, can you recommend me to participate in Great Zhou's Heaven selection? The Great Zhou Heaven selection. Meng Tianlang's eyes widened. This brat had such great ambitions. However, those in the enlightening realm were indeed qualified. How strange. There was such a young enlightening realm cultivator in the world? Could it be a peerless genius comparable to the second prince of the great empire, Zhou Yalang? He said honestly, If you want to participate in the Great Zhou's Heaven selection, you need to be famous. I do have the right to recommend you. I will find a chance for you to make a name for yourself, but you still have to rely on yourself. Back then, he had also participated in the Great Zhou Heaven selection, so he knew how high the threshold was. It was like crossing a single log bridge with thousands of soldiers and horses. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened and said, If I don't give you the dragon eagle, will you let me join the army and recommend me to participate in Great Zhou's Heaven selection? Little Jiang Shui, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin looked at Meng Tianlang in astonishment. Was this guy really so kind? Meng Tianlang smiled proudly. I need the dragon eagle, not because I like them, but because they are useful in battle. If you join the army, you will bring the dragon eagle along, right? How can such exotic beasts be kept as birds? They should be used on the battlefield. His tone was impassioned and extremely persuasive. If it were any other child, they would have been bewitched. Zhou Xuanji was not moved but said excitedly, Sure. I will participate in the sword conference with the sword monarch's disciple first. After I succeed, I will join the army with you. How about that? This guy is so straightforward. Meng Tianlang laughed and said, Of course. I, Meng Tianlang, am a man of my words. He took out a bronze token the size of a palm, and engraved with the word Meng. He threw the token to Zhou Xuanji and said, This is General Meng's token. With this token, you can come to Great Zhou's barracks to look for me. When you enter, show this token to me, and the entrance fee will be waived. Zhou Xuanji was really shocked. This kid was a little too straightforward. He could even be called brainless. If Meng Tianlang knew what he was thinking, he would surely go berserk. He played with General Meng's token and asked, Aren't you going to ask about my identity first? You can reach the enlightening stage at this age, so you must not be an ordinary person. You dared to reject me, so you are not a weakling. You remember your parents' wishes, so naturally, you are not a person without principles. I, Meng Tianlang, have high hopes for you. Young man, let's meet again in Great Zhou. Meng Tianlang laughed boldly and left on his horse. The sound of the horse's hooves resounded between the heavens and the earth, and his laughter echoed. Soon, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. Northern Sword Valiant was dumbfounded. Huang Lianxin and little Jiang Shui were stunned too. They were shocked by Meng Tianlang's heroism. Zhou Xuanji glanced at little Jiang Shui and asked casually, What are you thinking about? Little Jiang Shui sighed. Is this guy stupid? Zhou Xuanji immediately smiled and stared at her, saying, What do girls know about the heroism of a man? He can become the general of Great Zhou's cavalry, so of course, he is a dragon among men. Little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him, and used her eyes to tell him that he was a prince of Great Zhou. Huang Lianxin nodded and said, I think he is not lying. This is a good thing. With Meng Tianlang's recommendation, Zhou Xuanji's chances of participating in Great Zhou's heaven selection were higher. Beixiao Wangjian reminded, It will be hard to get away after joining Great Zhou's barracks. He did not want to follow Zhou Xuanji into the army. Could he still practice sword techniques as he pleased in the future? Zhou Xuanji said, Don't worry. If I stand out in Great Zhou's heaven selection, can he keep me? His goal was to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. After that, he would surely have to run. Beixiao Wangjian heard him and smiled immediately. He knew that Sword God Zhou was not an ordinary person. What's the point of being a soldier? They were not Great Zhou's citizens. The little black snake spoke suddenly. You scared me to death. That guy's eyes were so scary. He noticed my existence. He is indeed the man that Xiao Jinghong regarded as his rival for life. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. No wonder this thing did not speak before. The group continued to move forward. Because of Meng Tianlang's interlude, they became much more cautious. The Southern Snow Kingdom was a few kingdoms away from the Great Zhou Empire. The Great Zhou Empire was located at the center of many kingdoms. Although it ruled over many kingdoms, it was very lax with the other kingdoms. It allowed them to compete and even declare war. 2 months passed quickly. This day, Zhou Xuanji and his companions passed by a battlefield. They stopped suddenly. Beixiao Wangjian drew his sword and blocked in front of them. Everyone be careful, he said. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead with burning passion in his eyes. He was a little excited. Chapter 53. It was a wasteland that had just gone through a war. Corpses and broken limbs were everywhere, and the dried blood made the ground look like it was covered with blood traces. The sandstorm swept across, and the atmosphere was silent and bleak. Zhou Xuanji and the rest looked at a hill in front of them. There was a blood-colored curved blade erected there. The tip of the blade was pointed downward, and it was buried in the soil. Wisps of bloody wind surrounded the blade. That's right. It's a bloody wind. A bloody wind visible to the naked eye. Little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were both frightened. Looking at the blood-colored curved blade, they felt a chill down their spines. Little Jiang Shui asked carefully, "There shouldn't be a ghost, right?" Even though she was already a foundation-building cultivator, she still had an innate fear of ghosts. Beixiao Wangjian snorted coldly. "I'm afraid there really is a ghost." After that, he tossed the sword in his hand out forcefully. Range sword propelling. Although it was much slower than Zhou Xuanji's range sword propelling, it was still very fast. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. The blood-colored curved blade was not knocked down, but deflected Beixiao Wangjian's sword. Zhou Xuanji was communicating with the sword spirit and asked in his heart, "Are you sure?" "Yes. This blade is an evil blade, formed from blood qi and grievances. You can refine it and inject it into the bloodbath sword to help it level up." The sword spirit replied, still emotionless. Zhou Xuanji asked closely, "What level can it reach?" "We can only know if it's at close range, but it will definitely reach gold grade." The sword spirit replied again, which made Zhou Xuanji excited. The bloodbath sword was different from other legendary swords. The more blood it absorbed, the more powerful it became. How could it kill an enemy without spilling blood? This meant that once the bloodbath sword entered the highest level of his legendary swords, it would become the most powerful legendary sword. Seeing that his sword was deflected, Beixiao Wangjian's face turned even uglier. Huang Lianxin looked around. The sandstorm was everywhere, and there were corpses and broken rocks everywhere, as though demons and ghosts would rush out at any time. She said, "If this blade has an owner, I'm afraid he is trying to bait us." Zhou Xuanji was also observing his surroundings. He instructed the two dragon eagles, "Observe the situation in the sky." A big and small air immediately flapped their wings and flew up, sweeping up the sandstorm. Little Jiang Shui took out her flaming fan and got ready for battle. Right at this moment, 6 cultivators suddenly ran over. There were 4 men and 2 women. All of them were dressed in rags and covered in blood. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, they were filled with hope and immediately sped up. "Tisk tsk, where do you think you're going?" A cold and horrifying voice resounded through the sky, giving little Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin goosebumps. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and sensed an extremely dangerous aura, just like when he faced Zhuang Huisheng. Northern Sword Valiant's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He suddenly thought of something and mumbled, "Could it be?" Zhou Xuanji stood beside him and asked, "What is it?" "Demonic Inferno Sect's bloodthirsty cruel blade Yi Guan. He once fought his way into the Great Zhou hero ranking, but because his actions were too vicious, he was wanted by the Great Zhou dynasty and kicked out of the Great Zhou hero ranking." Northern Sword Valiant said in a low voice. There was a hint of nervousness in his tone. "Demonically Fire Sect. It's this demonic sect again." Zhou Xuanji could not help but think of the demonic cultivator Yi Fifan, whom he killed 8 years ago. He asked, "What is the relationship between Yi Guan and Yi Fifan?" Northern Sword Valiant replied, "Yi Fifan? The genius from the demonic Inferno sect who died mysteriously 8 years ago? They are blood brothers." "Oh, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road indeed." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He was determined to get his hands on that bloody blade. Since he knew that the other party was his enemy's brother, there was no need to be polite. Little Jiang Shui's expression became strange as well. She could not help but recall the scene back then. A 2-year-old killing an inner pellet cultivator was really a legend. After she started cultivating, she understood the power of the inner pellet stage more and more. At the same time, she admired Zhou Xuanji even more. A white-haired man in a blood-red robe leaped up from afar and flew toward them. His face was hideous, and his eyes were bloodshot. The corner of his mouth cracked open, and he laughed crazily and cruelly, like a demon in the mortal world. "Trying to run? Today, I will suck all of your blood dry. I will let you feel your blood leaving your body, and die slowly in fear." "Ha ha ha." Yi Guan laughed loudly. An extreme murderous aura locked down the area within a radius of a few hundred meters. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice, "Kill him." Northern Sword Valiant's expression changed slightly. His body dashed out reflexively. Just as he took a step forward, he cursed himself in his heart. Was he seeking death? Yi Guan was an inner pellet cultivator, and he was one of the top cultivators in the inner pellet stage. He was only at the enlightening stage, and to fight with him was seeking death. But he was already used to obeying Zhou Xuanji's orders. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Zhou Xuanji put down the three-eyed drought rodent. The little black snake, which was being dragged by the rodent, opened its eyes wide and cursed. "Are you crazy? You dare to provoke him?" It was a 5th-ranked demon, and it had seen Yi Guan before. Although its cultivation was not as high as its peak, to Zhou Xuanji and the others, it was invincible. Zhou Xuanji ignored it and quickly dashed toward the blood-red blade. The 6 cultivators saw Northern Sword Valiant charging toward Yi Guan, and they immediately became excited. They were covered in injuries, and they could not escape even if they wanted to. Northern Sword Valiant did not look weak, and he might be a powerful cultivator. Bomb! Northern Sword Valiant flew backward as he vomited blood. He landed in front of them, and the impact kicked up a cloud of dust. The 6 were stunned. In the next second, their expressions became extremely horrified. Zhou Xuanji came up to the blood-red blade and grasped its hilt. The surrounding blood wind turned into blades and attacked him. At this moment, the thunderclap sword appeared behind him out of nowhere. The thunderclap sword shook violently. Lightning overflowed and dispersed the blood wind. "Brat! You dare to take my blade? You are seeking death." Yi Guan roared furiously and charged toward Zhou Xuanji like a sharp arrow. Zhou Xuanji stored the blood-red blade into the supreme storage straightaway. Without this blade, Yi Guan's battle power would be greatly reduced. He turned around to look at Yi Guan. With the thunderclap sword in front of him in his right hand, he flipped his left hand, and the formless sword appeared quietly. Facing Yi Guan, who was coming at him ferociously, Zhou Xuanji slashed with the thunderclap sword. Trisource vein severing sword. The sword chi transformed into a gale and shot out, sealing off Yi Guan's path in an instant. When Yi Guan saw that his blade was taken away, he cried out in rage. Both of his hands turned into bloody claws, and tore the sword chi that came at him into pieces. He twisted his body, and landed his right foot on the ground. He stomped again, and tilted his body to stab at Zhou Xuanji. His right claw seemed to have been skinned. His nails turned into sharp blades and pointed straight at Zhou Xuanji's neck. Zhou Xuanji's hands and eyes were swift. He slashed at the ground with his sword, and countless bolts of lightning landed along the blade. The lightning swept out in all directions, and the weeds were burned into ashes in an instant. Yi Guan's expression changed. He immediately somersaulted backward and dodged. The 6 cultivators, who were far away, were excited. This guy could fight against Yi Guan. Northern Sword Valiant covered his chest and smiled bitterly. The gap between him and his master was getting bigger and bigger. After he landed, Yi Guan asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and raised his sword. He pointed it at Yi Guan and said, "The unparalleled sword god Zhou." Chapter 54. Unparalleled Sword God Zhou? Yi Guan's expression changed drastically. He had heard of Sword God Zhou before. He slew a rank 4 demon king, destroyed the body of the Gulan demon monarch's son, and took Northern Sword Valiant as his sword slave. These 2 years, Sword God Zhou's reputation was higher than his. When the 6 cultivators heard this, they became even more excited. There's hope. It is Sword God Zhou. The dragon eagles roar across the sky. The sword god slays the thieves, and the sword king follows. Look up, it's really 2 dragon eagles. No wonder he could resist Yi Guan. Just like the legends, he really does look like a child. Look at the sword in his hand. It's really a divine sword. The cultivators discussed among themselves, and those with serious injuries knelt down powerlessly. Yi Guan was also wary of Sword God Zhou's reputation. With the chi obscuring incantation, he could not see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. He said in a deep voice, "Sword God Zhou, we have no enmity between us. Why did you snatch my blade? Do you want to offend the demonic Inferno sect?" Give me back my saber, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Scared? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and felt a little disappointed. Looks like I'm too strong. Master, kill him. This person once massacred a city, and he will definitely take revenge. If you return the blade to him, he will definitely make a move. Northern Sword Valiant covered his chest and shouted. Yi Guan glanced at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji came to a sudden realization and thought to himself, I see. No matter what, he would not hand over the blood-colored machete. This person was guilty of countless crimes. Killing him could be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the common people. After the thought, Zhou Xuanji walked toward Yi Guan with his sword. What I hate the most in my life are those who bully the weak and kill the innocent. It's not that you're unlucky to have met me. It's the will of the heavens. Today, I'll uphold the will of the heavens and kill a demon like you, Zhou Xuanji said righteously. Although his voice sounded young, it was as though a halo was shining on his body when he spoke. Yi Guan's face was livid as he scolded loudly. Shameless brat. Snatch my treasured saber. Still full of righteousness. I will break every single bone in your body. Boom. He stomped his right foot and turned into blood-red afterimages as he charged at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji directly used the 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation's dual sword mode. 2 dragon-shaped sword chi coiled around his body. He twisted his waist and spun towards Yi Guan. Yi Guan flipped his right hand, and a gigantic iron blade appeared in his hand. He slashed toward Zhou Xuanji with great force. Zhou Xuanji was a physique refinement cultivator and had great strength. The thunderclap sword clashed with the great iron saber. Lightning traveled along the edge of the saber and shot toward Yi Guan. Yi Guan was so shocked that he quickly let go. Poochie! Zhou Xuanji waved his left hand, and the cloth on Yi Guan's chest was cut open. Blood spurted out. Yi Guan's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in his heart. How is this possible? He immediately retreated and asked in a deep voice, What sword is this? With his cultivation, he could immediately tell that there was a sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand that he could not see. At that moment, what he felt wasn't sword chi, but an ice-cold blade. Zhou Xuanji smiled condescendingly and said, A formless sword, a fatal sword. He came up to Yi Guan with the 8-step sword lunge. His 2 swords were like the wind. Together with his own strength, he slashed and slashed wildly, forcing Yi Guan to retreat continuously. This scene made the others' blood boil with excitement. Beixiao Wangjian clenched his fists and mumbled excitedly. Master indeed. The dual sword mode is so powerful. He knew that Zhou Xuanji also knew the 10-sword mode. This battle was in the bag. Huang Lianqin's eyes were filled with splendor. It was as though her master would not be at a disadvantage no matter who he faced. Little Jiang Shui, on the other hand, looked proud. This was her little brother. The other 6 cultivators were dumbfounded. They had guessed that sword god Zhou could defeat Yi Guan, but they did not expect him to be so overpowered. Yi Guan's claws were like metal. They could actually resist Zhou Xuanji's blade. As he retreated, his left hand quickly reached behind his waist. A blood gourd appeared in his hand. He used his thumb to open the mouth of the bottle. He swung the blood gourd toward Zhou Xuanji forcefully. Countless blood sand flew out from the gourd and pounced toward him. Zhou Xuanji gripped his right hand tightly and channeled his spirit energy into the thunderclap sword. Lightning appeared and weaved into a net, blocking the blood sand. But a dozen of the blood sand still landed on his body. They were extremely corrosive. They burned through his clothes and skin, making his face bleed instantly. The searing pain reminded Zhou Xuanji that he might be disfigured. Damn! I'll kill you! Zhou Xuanji was furious. As a man, appearance was not the most important thing. It was courage. But he had the appearance. How could he give it up? The Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, and Residual Image Sword appeared behind him out of nowhere. They were all pointed at Yi Guan. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation, 10-sword mode. 10 dragon-shaped sword chi circled around Zhou Xuanji's body. His black hair danced in the wind. His face was covered in blood, and he looked as though he had just walked out from hell. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was injured, Little Jiang Shui put her palms together anxiously. She did not dare to look away from him. Yi Guan opened his eyes wide and asked with a trembling voice, "This is..." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 8 legendary swords moved in an instant and charged toward Yi Guan in different trajectories. Zhou Xuanji swung his 2 swords and activated the Trisource Vein-Severing Sword. The sword chi was ferocious and forceful, engulfing Yi Guan. Yi Guan blocked instinctively, but how could he block so many swords? Moreover, he did not have a suitable enchanted artifact. In an instant his body was covered in blood. The 8 legendary swords pierced into his body like a porcupine. Blood spurted out along the blades of the 8 legendary swords. His vital channels were severed by the sword chi. His legs weakened, and he knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji. Yi Guan was so frightened that he cried out immediately, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I will give you the bloodless saber, please spare my life. You and I have no enmity. Why must you be so ruthless?" His body was pierced by the 8 legendary swords. Yi Guan's body was in excruciating pain as he spoke. He could not stand up at all. This scene made all the spectators excited. Sword God Zhou was enraged and killed Yi Guan in an instant. They had never heard of such a sword technique just now. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and raised his chin. He looked at him disdainfully and said, "Do you know how to do radio calisthenics?" "Radio calisthenics? What's that?" Yi Guan was stunned. He immediately cried out, I know how to do it." PFFTT. Zhou Xuanji cut off his head with one slash. Blood spurted out and splattered on the ground. The head landed on the ground and rolled for a dozen meters before it stopped. Zhou Xuanji's face was cold. He said softly, "In this world, I will not allow a second person who can do radio calisthenics to appear. How can an evil disciple like you know China's radio calisthenics?" As usual, Zhou Xuanji stabbed him a few more times to prevent him from faking his death. Shortly after, he began searching through Yi Guan's storage ring and storage bag. He waved his right hand, and all the legendary swords flew up and levitated in front of him. He took out a water bottle and a dry cloth and began washing the swords. Little Jiang Shui and the rest ran over and were concerned about his injuries. The little black snake was being dragged by the 3-eyed drought rodent. He mumbled, "It's over. It's over. When I recover to my peak, this brat will be even more powerful. Will I never be able to rise again?" Chapter 55. The 6 cultivators who were saved came over and thanked Zhou Xuanji profusely. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "In the future, you can spread the news that this demon is dead, so that his enemies can be at ease." The 6 of them nodded excitedly. They witnessed how Sword God Zhou killed Yi Guan, so they could brag about it in the future. Then, under Northern Sword Valiant's call, the 6 of them left in high spirits. Little Jiang Shui began applying medicine for Zhou Xuanji. Looking at his bloodied face, she felt a pang of heartache and muttered, "It's over. He's going to be disabled." Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. He really wanted to retort, but he was afraid too. He believed that his greatest ability was not his sword, but his face. In the future, when he grew up, he would definitely be a handsome man. How could he destroy it like this? Huang Lianxin also squatted down and helped Zhou Xuanji apply the ointment. She asked curiously, "Actually, we can go around them. Why must we fight?" Yi Guan was not an ordinary person. He had the backing of the demonic fire sect. Zhou Xuanji even asked the 6 cultivators to spread the news. Was it really for fame? Was he not afraid of offending the demonic inferno sect? Zhou Xuanji replied, "Actually, there are 2 reasons. The first is that blade. This blade has already become an evil entity, and it must be eliminated. The second is that Yi Guan is more dangerous. Seeing injustice on the road, why wouldn't I help?" Huang Lianxin and Northern Valiant Sword were convinced by his flawless words. On the other hand, little Jiang Shui rolled her eyes. What a nice way to put it. In the end, he just wanted that blade. She had been with Zhou Xuanji for 9 years. How could she not understand Zhou Xuanji? She did not expose Zhou Xuanji, but was pleased with herself. Only she understood Zhou Xuanji the best. Zhou Xuanji would only reveal his true nature in front of her. Are you okay? Zhou Xuanji asked Northern Sword Valiant. Northern Sword Valiant received his order and fought someone of a higher stage without hesitation, which made him very satisfied. They had been together for a long time, and Zhou Xuanji had already acknowledged him. In name, he was a sword slave, but in reality, he was a disciple. Northern Sword Valiant looked ashamed and said, I'm too weak and caused Master to be injured. Today's battle gave him a deeper understanding of Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji had not even taken out his most powerful Hell King sword. In the future, don't spend all your time practicing the sword. Cultivation is also very important. Zhou Xuanji reminded him earnestly, and Beishao Wangjian nodded solemnly. While he was healing, Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, How do I fuse with that blade? The sword spirit will help you fuse with it, but it will take time. Please wait patiently, Sword Master. The sword spirit replied quickly, which gave Zhou Xuanji an idea. He asked, Is it true that as long as the attributes are similar, any weapon can be fused? Not just any weapon, but only a few. The specific details cannot be announced for now. If you encounter a treasure that can be fused, the sword spirit will remind the sword master. The sword spirit's reply made Zhou Xuanji feel a little regretful. He also wanted to collect a large number of weapons and artifacts to help the godly sword become stronger. Beishao Wangjian's voice interrupted Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. Master, why must you participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection? He always listened to Zhou Xuanji's arrangements and rarely asked about anything other than the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, You listened to my orders without hesitation just now, which means that you and I are completely united. I joined Great Zhou's heaven selection not to become an official, but to kill. Huang Lianxin's eyes brightened and became excited. Beishao Wangjian was a little excited too. Who can only be killed by participating in Great Zhou's heaven selection. He was not afraid, but felt excited instead. As a man, how could he not do something great? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and said, The Empress of Great Zhou and Zhou Yalong. The former was killed for his mother, while the latter was killed for Huang Lianxin. Beishao Wangjian said with a deep voice, I, Beishao Wangjian, will surely follow. He did not ask for the reason, but he felt that this was very domineering. Once they succeeded, they would shake the entire Great Zhou. After that, if he could survive, he would become a fugitive. Honestly speaking, he was already used to following Zhou Xuanji and the other two around. It was really interesting along the way, much more fun than traveling alone. Even the little black snake, a big and small air were filled with joy. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally tell him stories about Chinese myths and legends, which made him engrossed. The little black snake cried out, Madman! You want to kill the Empress and Zhou Yalong? Do you know how powerful they are? Even Gulan Demon Monarch could not do it. The fear from a 5th-ranked Demon King. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain. Great Zhou is nothing. The sky in my eyes is much higher than Great Zhou. I have never seen such an arrogant person like you. The little black snake stared at him with his grain-sized eyes and cried out with a weird voice. Next, the three-eyed drought rodent became excited for some reason. It dashed about so quickly that the little black snake felt dizzy and doubted its life. The group burst out in laughter. After resting for half an hour, the group continued moving forward. There were corpses all around. It was really disgusting to stay here. Within half a month, a piece of news spread like wildfire within Great Zhou. Sword God Zhou killed bloodthirsty blade Yi Guan. This news attracted countless discussions. In the kingdom, most inns were discussing this. One was a powerful cultivator in the way of the sword who appeared out of nowhere. He had killed a 4th-ranked demon and defeated the son of the demon monarch. The other was a powerful cultivator from the demonic Inferno sect who had committed countless crimes. Sword God Zhou became more and more legendary as the news spread. Some people even believed that Sword God Zhou was comparable to the sword noble Xiao Jinghong and the sword monarch's disciple, Xia Wuyo. Southern Snow Kingdom. In a stone pavilion in the general's residence, Zhang Ryu held the bamboo scroll and said excitedly, Did you see this? Sword God Zhou even killed bloodthirsty blade Yi Guan. You were defeated by him before. Zhang Tianjian opened his eyes wide and slammed the table, saying furiously, "How can you talk to your father like that?" The soldier beside him chuckled, and could only turn his head away. Zhang Ryu looked proud, as though he was sword god Zhou himself. Zhang Tianjian rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself, "Seems like I have underestimated him." He thought in his heart, "Fortunately, I am not free. If I meet him, then I will be finished." Great Zhou Empire military camp. Meng Tianlang sat on the general's seat and listened to the soldier in front of him. Now, Great Zhou's reputation ranking has specially bestowed a name to Sword God Zhou, Demon Slayer Sword God Zhou. After that, the soldier passed the scroll in his hand to Meng Tianlang. Meng Tianlang took it and began browsing. After a while, he closed the scroll and sighed in amazement. What a character! He changed the topic and said mockingly, "Seems like Xiao Jinghong has a rival." The soldier raised his head and asked curiously, "There is a rumor among the people that this person could threaten the Sword Emperor's position in the future, because he can use two sword wills at the same time. What do you think, General?" Meng Tianlang stared at him and shouted, "Fortunately, he is under my command. How can you blaspheme the Sword Emperor's name? Do you know how many generals in the Great Zhou army worship the Sword Emperor?" Immediately after, he grinned and said, "Using two sword wills at the same time and controlling 9 swords. This is something the Sword Emperor cannot do. Maybe one day, Great Zhou will really have a sword god." That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.